everyone.
For that area, so all those stores fall under him.
I want to start by, good afternoon, everyone. Thanking, is it Councillor Grant who brought in the
Who's the got the cookies?
Brought in the cookies.
And apparently,
shortbread? Is my
apparently it's
favorite.
so sweet.
Yeah.
Short, a few.
What? Oh, I shouldn't have publicized?
Short bread, a few.
I can share mine.
Groner, groner. Thank you, Councillor Grant.
I'll bring more tomorrow for the rest.
Yeah,
We're not gonna
please.
be here tomorrow.
We love these.
Oh, geez.
Oh, ambitious.
I love that,
Very.
optimistic people.
We're gonna be here Friday.
All right, so today's meeting is a continuation of yesterday, so we don't technically have to adopt the agenda. It's the same agenda, but we will do a roll call, and I will ask for disclosures, any disclosure of interest again. So, roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk. There we go.
Mayor Bernadette Clement,
Présente.
Councillors Claude McIntosh, Elaine McDonald,
Present.
Sid Gardner,
Ici.
Carrie Lynn Hebert,
Présent.
Councillors Morris Dupel,
Present.
Glenn Grant,
Present.
Todd Bennett,
Here.
Justin Towndale,
Present.
Eric Bergeron,
Present.
and Councillor Dean Hollingsworth will be here after school.
That's right. No, Councillor Mac, no. Any disclosure of interest, and if you've already declared, it carries, so is it the same one, Councillor
Same
Bergeron?
one, yep.
Okay, any other disclosure of interest?
Not,
Sorry, Beth?
not necessarily, Madam Mayor, but I should declare that if at any point the Ontario Works budget comes up, I will walk away. It's not on the agenda, but if conversation comes up on the Ontario Works budget, the Social Development Council is paid from that specific budget. So
Okay, so Madam Deputy Clerk is gonna record that.
we'll have to put that out there.
Thank you. So, yesterday, we got through quite a bit. Wasn't a bad day at all. And today, we have another list, so I will kick it over to the CAO in case she has any comments before she introduces her administration team.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I don't really have any comments. I think that we want to continue through capital budgets this afternoon. And I think that if we get through those, then we can start to, I think, engage in more discussion with council with respect to any potential changes or motions that might want to be entertained or additions or any of those items. So with that, I think we'll hand it off to the GM of Finance and our Supervisor of IT team.
Madam CFO.
Good afternoon. Through you, Madam Mayor, we have in Financial Services one capital project for 2020. Elsie Bissonnette will describe that project to Council.
Ms. Bissonnette, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
What page?
Page is that?
Oh, sorry, it's on page C70.
The Information Technology and Telecommunications Master Plan will establish a 5-year outlook with strategies and actions for the investment in technologies that are innovative and continue to improve how city services are provided. The ITT Master Plan will be the roadmap and a vision for our future. This plan will ensure that we are following industry standard best practices and will guide the city in planning and managing current and future technology and resources while optimizing our current investments. The master plan will review practices in areas of service delivery, information protection, platform and application functionality, infrastructure reliability, mobile and device standards, security of physical infrastructure, and cybersecurity. The ITT master plan will define the overall scope and approach for how the city will provide vital support to programs and services across the corporation in the future, thus enabling more effective, innovative, and efficient achievement of the City of Cornwall strategic plan.
Questions? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. This is how much I know about IT, so bear with me on this question. It seems to me that this is something that changes monthly, so is this, how much of a time frame would this plan cover? Like, is this something we'd have to do 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, next week again? Like, how does this work?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would be a 5-year plan.
5-year plan, okay.
Is that it? Councillor Bergeron? And then Councillor McDonald.
So I'm curious.
Oh, no, Counselor
sorry.
Bergeron and then Counselor
Yeah,
McDonald.
okay.
That's okay.
Gotta
Counselor
wait my
Bergeron.
turn.
Made me lose my thought now.
You'll be fine, go
Yeah,
ahead.
No, my question relates to, yeah, I've lost it. Go ahead and come back to me. Thanks.
Well, I'm curious to know, is this primarily, is this a hardware renovation, or is it mostly software? And is it security oriented for the most part?
All of the above.
Okay,
How's that?
so we're in good hands then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Bergeron.
I got it, sorry.
Whew.
Flipping through pages here. First question, why can't we do this internally? And then second would be related to that, are we actually hiring a consultant to do this? Is that what the money is for?
Yes, we will hire someone to do this plan. And it's just because we have moved to a cloud environment and we have legacy type of infrastructure. And we have plans for that, but with the rapid changing landscape of ITT, I just want to make sure that where we are heading is indeed the proper direction.
Do you feel this will save us $75,000 in the future?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Can I ask you, Ms. Bissonnette, more generally now, if you could provide an answer, because at some point I did a media interview around cybersecurity, because municipalities are increasingly vulnerable, and I was asked by the media about what we were doing as the City of Cornwall to protect and what that meant in terms of increased risk. Can you just give us a little bit of background on that?
Absolutely. We have every employee within the City of Cornwall has to undergo mandatory cybersecurity awareness training. Within that training, our users will learn about how to identify email that's coming in with malicious intent. So it's common that 95% of cyber attacks occur through an email message. And so we can protect our networks through firewalls and various artificial intelligence mechanisms, but really it's the human firewall that is the most important. So our user community has to be educated, and that is what is being done.
Okay. Are there other things in place?
We do have artificial intelligence that monitors our network, so
Can you talk about that a little bit?
absolutely. It monitors the network kind of like our human immune system. It knows what normal is. As soon as something is abnormal, it will isolate it. It's similar to having a cut on your hand. As soon as you have a cut, your body immediately starts to heal that wound. And that's what the artificial intelligence will do. It'll segregate the anomaly and set it aside until we are able to look at it to determine if it's a safe anomaly or not. And if it is something that's critical, that is known to be absolutely critical, then the software will act on its own and isolate that so that it won't infect the network further.
Okay. Is this piece of infrastructure spending going to deal with any of that or enhance any of that, or we already have all
We
that?
already have all that.
Okay. So what does this add to
Well,
any of
just to
that?
see if there are any holes, anything that we may have forgotten with respect to fortifying our network.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
She's an IT master, you know. I just wanted her to talk more so that you could see how masterful she actually is. We know. Thank you, Ms. Bissonnette. Welcome, Chief and Deputy Chief.
Good afternoon, thank you. Page, Chief.
73.
C 73.
Ready to go?
Ready to go. Well, thank you, Council, and Madam Mayor, we're happy to be here. So the fire services have one capital project for 2020. It's a popular one. Obviously, year two of the fire station project, which is estimated at $2.9 million. As you know, we've purchased a property at 735 Tollgate with the intent to begin the next phases of the projects this year and be in a position to move in 2021. So the project's current estimate that in that sheet at C73 is based on the forecasted construction costs in Cornwall for a project this size, and it's also based on a square footage, an approximate square footage of what we will need, and it's also compared to, and this was done through the business planning process, compared to other buildings of that type that have been built in Eastern Ontario. It's a little bit early in the project to have Class A or accurate costing. The next phase will be the design, build function, and actually looking at a design, which means that we will have some very precise costing at that point. Jeff will get into next steps here a little bit.
Following the budget process, we'll move forward with developing and issuing an RFP to hire the best suited proponent and begin the design build phase. Site preparation and construction will begin in 2020, we hope, and will be completed hopefully in 2021. Building will house, of course, our apparatus and living quarters, as well as office space for administration and fire prevention, and as well as provide a training area. Building will also include the approach to provide fire prevention awareness and education through public engagement.
Are there any questions?
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I've often noticed these ambulances sitting isolated, for example, in Long Sault or wherever you get this lone vehicle. And I know some people have expressed the thought that it would be good if somehow there was accommodation for an ambulance to park on your site too. And is that part of the program at all?
I'm gonna let Jeff handle that.
Certainly through you, Madam Mayor. There's certainly an opportunity to look at that, to house an ambulance and to allow or to set aside some space for paramedic staff to use washrooms, office facilities and stuff like that as well.
Good.
We are currently in conversation with
Oh, that's great.
with EMS shop in that regard.
Councillor Grant and then Councillor Hébert.
Madam Mayor, this is brought to my attention, but do we deal with the Architectural Association of Ontario when we talk about designing facility?
So that's a very good question. We are currently working on a draft RFP that includes some language that relates to that. So I'm going to say yes. I wonder if Michael Fothrop or Bill would like to answer that, because I'll be honest, we're kind of following in the footsteps of others who have done this type of RFP before, and I know that we've looked at that, right, Bill?
Mr. DeWitt.
So what's happened with us in the past is that we've tried to commission an engineering firm, and the architecture people from Ontario came out feeling slighted that we weren't including them as the lead proponent. So we've revised our RFP so that they have an equal opportunity to participate as well.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you.
Councillor Hébert and then Councillor Towndale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question that is slightly off topic, only slightly.
Go ahead.
More specifically about the building that will be left behind. Have there been any conversations with police services and potentially having some garage space for them? I hear they might be busting at the seams there. It just would be a sort of a perfect marriage.
So, yeah, so there's been, I would say, since my arrival in Cornwall 4 or 5 years ago, there's been a lot of conversation about they would love to have some space in our garage even today. So they'd certainly have a need. They've indicated that they would be interested, but I'd say at this point we haven't gotten to that level of conversation yet. I think obviously there's a process in which in how we deal with surplus buildings, and that would have to happen at that point.
Okay, but it's on your radar, so that's good to know.
Councillor Towndale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. One thing I noticed, although this seems kind of odd, but the map here doesn't seem to have that building at Brookdale and Tollgate in this presentation.
So, Councillor, this one pager is a demonstration of the project. right? The map that was inserted here is a nice colorful map that shows, that demonstrate the process of selecting an area. It's also the same picture that was in last year's budget. We didn't update the picture because the intent is not to talk about the study and the work we've done on that. This is also not a picture of the building. I would like to add, this is a picture of a building. Once we move further, we'll have a better idea of what that building would look like. And the graph that we have provided in the past of the new station has been included in previous reports.
Okay, granted, I understand like what, like a hypothetical drawing of the building, but you know, personally, if I see a map or something like this, I would prefer it to be accurate. I've made the same comments to other departments, so this isn't exclusive to fire by any means. But the, the question I had, so I know you're in the initial discussions with EMS about potentially sharing space, so you might not be able to just to answer this now. But in regards to that, so if you were to have a partial EMS facility, would that change the scope of funding for this project in terms of having, because EMS, the way it's funded is completely different from fire, right? So you have county's contribution, provincial contribution, even if it was for a portion of this project now, because now you're talking about that, and there's other funds that are available that would change the scope of funding. So I don't know if that's something you'd comment on?
You want- you go for it.
Absolutely, we would look at that as we move forward with the project. We'd also look for grant money, for any potential grant monies from federal funding or provincial funding, again, to deal with an innovative training facility or an innovative training opportunity, whether that's just for our own staff and for EMS staff as well as police staff, we're not really sure, but also the opportunity to train people from outside. And especially, we're both very pumped on the idea of public education and having an innovative opportunity to train the public in fire education is something that we would both want to push forward.
If I could ask, Councillor, that's a great point. We're in very early discussions. Through the Collier's work, they approached different departments and looked to see if there were synergies. As we've moved forward now and there's a location, I think EMS has indicated that they kind of like the area that this is going to be in, so we've just started looking at that. Once we establish what that is going to look like and the level of interaction, then clearly, and that'll be part of the RFP, we'll go shopping for whatever funding models could apply.
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
You and I, through you, Madam Mayor, you and I, Chief, have had a discussion about response time. As compared to other municipalities, could you explain a little bit to the rest of council what you said to me about response times here as compared to other places?
Well, yeah, I think what's important to note is that we are lucky in that the city of Cornwall has a reasonably succinct footprint. We don't have a huge urban rural kind of divide and two different services out, servicing that area. So when it comes to addressing our response times and covering the maximum amount of our buildings and looking at our predictive modeling and meeting the response capabilities reflective of our calls, it's not too complicated, and we're able to do that, I believe, in a much better fashion than other municipalities, simply because we don't have the large footprints some municipalities have. So our response times are going to improve as we move forward with this project, and they're going to be up there in terms of what we're able to do as compared to other municipalities.
Thank you.
Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. I think it's clear I'm opposed to this, and I've said my piece on it. Would like this item voted on, if we can, though, separately from the budget, if that's possible. Can we, I know I wouldn't have a seconder if I put forward a motion. I'm happy to do it, but I would like this item voted on.
Madam CAO?
So through you, Madam Mayor, what I would recommend is, once we've gone through all of our capital projects, and if there's motions that council wants to put forward, Councillor Bergeron could put forward a motion to have the project removed from budget submission.
Okay, thank you.
We can have the deputy clerk take note of that too, so that we don't forget that. Councillor McIntosh.
It says we've set aside 2.9 million in the 2019
For
budget.
2020.
So we're a third of the way there. And when it comes to development charges, what's the split? Any idea what? We're tapping into development charges
Right,
too.
so if you look at page, through you, Madam Mayor, if you look at page C-72, you'll see that under fire services, it has the fire headquarters and training center, and then it's showing from.
Okay, I see it now.
Right, and so
278,000.
2.6 million will be financed, and then there's 278,000 that's coming from development charges.
Okay. That sounds,
That's a good column.
That's a good column.
Yeah. I mean, it keeps us aware of what that's going for.
Is that the maximum we can take out of development charges? Or is that, how's that figure, how do you arrive at that figure?
I'm gonna refer that question to Mrs. Bailey.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it is the maximum amount that is allowed for this capital project. So that was through the development charges study that Watson completed for us. And for each individual capital project, there was a percentage that was allocated to future growth, benefiting future development, and that's the ratio for this project.
We've also purchased the property, we now own it. How did we pay for that?
Madam CAO?
And refer that to
Back to-
Mrs. Bailey again.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the entire capital project will be funded through development charges and financing.
But we bought the property, a check's been cut.
Yes.
Okay.
So part of the land would have been paid for through the development charges reserve.
Okay.
Is that it, Councillor Mack?
Yes, that's it.
Anybody else on the oh, did you want to respond? Chief was in?
I wanted to add a comment perhaps,
Go
not
ahead.
regarding this. So, for Councillor Bergeron or anyone else, I want to offer an olive branch here of sorts. I'm more than happy to sit down with anyone and show our data on response, on need, on cost, on liability at any given time. So if anybody's unsure about any portion of what we're doing here and why we're doing it, please, we are more than happy to talk about it. Doesn't mean we're going to change anybody's mind here, but certainly happy to, I mean, we've done it before, but this is one of these kind of weird long-term projects over a couple of councils. We're willing to provide anything we have.
No need for an olive branch, Chief was in. And you are quite correct. Both of you are very available for any kind of discussion or conversation, but we appreciate you reminding us of that. Anybody else on the first round? I'll go to Councillor McDonald, who wanted to be recognized a second time.
Okay, thanks. I realized I was pretty far astray, but if
Go ahead.
Councillor Zebar's question went, mine can too, maybe. So, I'm just wondering where the police vehicles are serviced currently. Are they at transit, or do they do their own servicing?
I'm not in a position really to answer
Okay.
that. I think
Transit does do a lot of our vehicles, eh?
Madam CFO?
Yes, they're serviced at transit.
Okay. So they just want the garage like for parking rather than, okay, thank you.
So I wanted to ask you, and this is obviously a weird long-term project as you describe it. So it has a life of its own sometimes, but the community will come to it in bits and pieces, right, in terms of their information and their understanding of the project. A lot of the questions were around the size of the land, how much we paid for the land, community sort of reacting to that. Can you just remind us again of why we purchased that size of lot and how that'll work for the municipality?
absolutely. So initially, what we did in the early stages of the project, and with the help of Colliers, was identify the footprint of the amount of land required. And because we want to build a fire station, headquarters, and training facility, we determined, based on what others have done before us and what our calculations, our basic calculations were, we determined that we needed a 4 to 5 acre plot of land. So what
For
happened
those
is,
two pieces of infrastructure.
on one piece of land, correct.
Okay.
And a lot of it has to do with parking requirements, and then if we're going to be doing some training on the property, we needed to factor in turning radiuses of the trucks and where we would position them when we're kind of moving about and trying to
Okay.
do our training. So that is essentially what led to that. Once we started kind of honing in on one property and negotiating, then, you know, we finalized the exact size because it fit within the front portion of the available property there as well. But it turned out to be about the same size of footprint that we were looking for.
Okay. And so if, going to Councillor McDonald's and Councillor Towndale's point, if there were opportunity for a paramedic bay, then that would be in addition to those two structures, or would that be part of the headquarters?
It would be part of the headquarters.
Okay.
And that work in terms of identifying if we had any other partners that wanted to move to that location with us was done prior to that.
Okay.
So initially, Colliers spoke with managers, and they looked at if there was any synergies for departments that wanted to move to this building, and
So that was factored into why we purchased that size of property?
correct. Had the Cornwall Community Police Department said, we need to move with you guys, then that building and perhaps the footprint would be different than it is today.
Got it. Councillor Hollingsworth is raving frantically, and I do see him. Go ahead.
Well, it's such a low-colored shirt, Your Worship.
Yeah, it's not that beautiful jacket you had on the other day. The one Sid is quite familiar with. Sorry.
You make one, never mind. Well, this goes real south. Question, Chief, and I don't know if you answered this at previous meetings, I don't remember. What are we doing for training right now?
Currently,
Yes, or let's say last year, before we have this particular site is up and running, we need to train firefighters. What do we do right now?
so we have, training is a multi-pronged kind of approach. It depends on the subject. If we're gonna talk about specifically, training within structures in the
Maybe I
city.
should couch the question a little differently. There are a number of things that firefighters, I'm sure, have to be trained in.
Yes.
So what do we do currently with whatever, any given bit of training they need to do?
So we have a site, at the west end of the city. We have a site that we use there. It's a city site on Saunders Drive, where we have a number of containers. We have a fenced-in area that we can go and use to do what I call our day-to-day training.
Okay. Now, that being said, is there any savings down the road to have this facility that you've proposed in terms of training versus what we're doing now? Or is it revenue neutral, or does it
Well, I would say that,
time, do we save time, like, is there a benefit?
well, no, the cost of, well, there's two benefits, I would say, and maybe you have some that I'm not thinking of, but number one, so there would be additional costs of building this facility, but the reality is, what we're using now are sea containers. It's not optimum. We're doing it because we can and we have it. Having a properly fitted and functional training buildings with the accessories needed would certainly make the quality of our training better. And the second part is having that in a location central to the station and close to the station, I'm sure will help in us being able to conduct more training. And what I'm thinking about is sometimes out of sight, out of mind, right? We have the building right here. We can gain some momentum, and we'll, hopefully get better at doing that.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Anything that you thought of that?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor, this also allows us to create a permanent site for training. And it allows us to seek some other opportunities with other companies, like CN.
Right.
Potentially the pipeline companies.
I was,
To build and establish not just a fire training facility, but maybe an emergency management type training facility as well.
okay, now that being said, kind of it runs itself through you, Your Worship. That being said, if CN said, gee, you know, you have this nice facility, we would like it meets our needs for our training, are we looking, and I hate to make it sound like this, but is there any revenue generation type opportunities in doing that, or is it just goodwill, like we'll help CN so we don't have a rail car exploding on Brookdale Avenue, like what is it, is there some, yeah, well, yeah.
He's chomping at the bit to answer
I
that
know.
question. so-
I'm sure.
Madam Mayor. Yes and no.
Okay,
So yes, there are potentials to bring the opportunity to have a regional training facility for the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office here.
okay,
Much like Clarence Rockland operates already, much like Blythe operates in the west end of the province, much like a lot of other locations have become. It allows us to charge for the training
fee for
facility.
service or rental or whatever you wanna call it.
Use of the property, use of
Correct.
the facility. As well as it also gives us that opportunity to benefit our staff by making those kind of connections with other companies, like Enbridge, TNPI for the pipelines. They will put money into a facility like that, as well as the equipment, to benefit our staff over the long term, to have a better training facility, better equipment.
Okay, thank you.
There, if I could add one
Go ahead.
last bit, and I think it's important, because there have been some municipalities around Ontario and Canada that have made the case for a multi-million-dollar training facility on the basis that it's going to be a cash cow from the municipality's point of view. And to be quite honest, once it's done, that's not the case. So although there are some opportunities, I don't think it would be fair for us to sit down here and say that, you know what, we'll be able to pay for a whole bunch of our costs in totality, because this thing is just gonna be running all the time. It takes a lot of work, it's not easy. We will certainly take advantage of what we can, but I think it'd be unfair to say that, you know what, this thing will pay for the station itself, because those are, you know, we speak to some of the fire chiefs that have undertaken these things, and it just hasn't come to fruition.
Right, okay.
Any other comments, questions? Merci, chef voisine, thank you. Deputy Chief Weber.
Are you going by yourself?
Glen Storedon Lodge is in the house.
Yep, yep. Good afternoon,
response.
Madam Mayor, councillors. So, great half year at Glen Storedon Lodge. So we have fantastic projects that we're looking forward to 2020. So one of the ones,
Page,
page C82.
thank you.
So building requirements, as you know, Glen Storedon Lodge was built in 1994, so it's an aging facility. We have over 26 years old, so it needs a couple of repairs. So there's air conditioning units that needs to be replaced in the office and nursing areas. So all nursing common areas for some residents needs to be air conditioned as per Ministry of Health requirements. So that's 22,000. As well, in each common area, there's fan recirculation to make sure that there's a proper disbursement of the great airflow. So we're looking at replacing 28 units in 2020 for that are approximately $265 each for $7,500. As well as we have lovely mahogany wood in our hallways, which is beautiful. But again, you know, with wheelchairs, residents going into the hallways, they get dent, and so it needs to be revarnished as a whole. So we're looking at approximate project of 26,000. Again, it becomes an infection control issue, so we need to ensure that it is well sanded, well revarnished. As well as we're looking at our sink and accessory replacement. So we're in our year 2 of 4. So we're replacing the sink pipes and taps that are original to the building, so they're starting to be corroded and rusting, so there's leaks. So we're just replacing them by ABS PVC system. So Each unit is approximately $400 to the full replacements. We're looking at doing 40 again this year, for a total cost of $16,000. So that's for the building requirements. After that, we have the passenger elevators.
Any questions on the building? Yeah, Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I have some questions about the mahogany. Is mahogany necessary? $26,000 seems like a lot for what is a beautiful wood. I will concur with that one, but is it because we're replacing the current mahogany that needs to be that cost, or you're replacing it with new stuff, you just want it to look as good?
So right now what we're doing, through you, Madam Mayor, what we're doing is we're hiring a contractor just to sand and revarnish the actual mahogany wood that we have.
Okay, so that's kind of my question. You're not replacing wood, you're refinishing it, and that's the cost to refinish it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So second project is our passenger elevator, hydraulic modernization and ground cylinder replacement. So to replace a full-on elevator, it's roughly $500,000, but we, in order as well to meet elevator requirements and the ESA, we need to do a few modernizations. So the total cost for one elevator to modernize is roughly $145,000. So that will be replacing door operators, which maintain door speed and increase the elevator reliability, provides a smooth and quieter ride while improving passenger safety. The OptiGuard is a door protection system that uses infrared emitters and detectors to create an invisible safety net across the elevator entrance for the residents, so they don't, the elevator doors don't break them. Doors restrictors are components that prevents residents from opening the doors when elevators installed between the floors. And as well, there's a solid state starters that eliminate power surges, which include the impact of electrical equipment and minimizes competition from electricity between lights, computers, and elevators. They also prevent elevator motors from burning out by adjusting the current. Additionally, they reduce downtime, optimize motor startup time, and provide quieter operation. So this is we have 3 elevators, so 2 residence elevators and 1 service elevator. So this year we're looking at replacing one, next year the other one, and the service elevator in the next couple of years.
Any questions? Councillor Bergeron?
I think it's for the CFO, not for you directly. This seems to me like the type of project that reserve funds are built for. So I appreciate that wouldn't be directed specifically at you, but we're looking at $100,000 from the tax base. Why wouldn't Glenstone Lodge have a reserve similar to the land ambulance reserve, and maybe a little history there on why not?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Glenstone Lodge and its funding doesn't work the same as paramedic services, even though they're both funded from the Ministry of Health. The funds that are received are operational in nature, based on programs and acuity levels, etc. Nothing to do with capital at all. Ministry of Health does not support capital for Home for the Aged, and we have not yet progressed to have a reserve set up for Glenstone Lodge. So we don't have money set aside in a reserve for our home.
So to follow up on that.
Go ahead.
If funds did come from a reserve, which one would be the one that makes the most sense in terms of a city?
So we would have to set up a separate reserve, much like we're doing with our social housing reserve this year, where there would be a contribution by both municipalities, because it is a regional or a SDG home, and we have not yet approached that, like we haven't executed that.
Okay, and SD&G's share is also from their tax base. They don't have a reserve set up for this, but to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't know if they have a reserve set up. I don't believe so. I believe that they pay for the home from the age from their tax base.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Gold, I see that you mentioned the mahogany wood to keep up with, or to meet the standards from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. And I'm just wondering if, with this specific project and everything else, are we staying ahead of the game or are we scrambling to catch up? Because I know provincial regs change all the time and standards get, I'm sure, higher. So what's your impression of where we are in relation to those standards?
We are meeting standards, yes.
We are, we're
Yeah.
keeping up.
Yeah.
Okay, big relief. Now, what would happen if not? I suppose we would just,
If ever we would not meet compliance, then again, inspectors come in, do their weekly audits, well, not weekly audits, but sporadic audits, and then through their inspection, they would provide us with an order on things that needs to be, that is not in compliance, which, you know, could eventually, worst comes to worst, come into enforcement if ever we don't do anything about it.
might it even affect our license?
It could at the long run. yeah.
Sure, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. Another project is resident equipment, so I'm looking for $115,000. So $30,000 for ceiling lifts. So we currently have 27 lifts out of 120 rooms set up with this equipment. So we're looking at adding ceiling lifts into the residence room, which will make it much more easier and accessible for the residents instead of going in room to room with a portable lift. It's much more homey environment than having lifts in the hallways. Then the electric beds, looking at the replacement of 12 beds. In order to minimize the risk of falls into residence, we buy high-low beds. So these beds are much more easier to prevent injuries for some residents that would be a possibility of falling. So we are replacing those, and some manuals, one that we have right now that you just crank, go up, go down. It's could be a hazard as well, safety hazard to our employees. So we're going with all electric beds. We're also looking at dining room tables, replacement of them. So ongoing purchase of adjustable tables to enhance the pleasurable dining of the residents that have some mobility issues. So if you see in the picture, it's a table that will adjust according to the resident's height in a wheelchair. So sometimes you'll have higher wheelchairs, lower wheelchairs. So we adjust the table according to their level to increase the pleasurable dining of the resident. We're also want to replace 25 mattresses. Again, mattresses get all about infection prevention and control. So we do replace our mattresses on a regular basis. And floor furnishing. So we're looking at upgrading some of our furniture in the residents' home areas that are becoming unsafe to resident use and that require replacement.
Questions? Comments? Councillor Gardner?
One quick one on your ceiling lifts. I've been involved or was involved with workers' compensation for quite a while. Do you have back problems when you didn't have these lifts? And where you don't have them now, would you have nurses with back problems?
All residents that require a lift needs to either, they're fully assessed, so it can be a transfer, but all lifts needs 2 employees, and we can't lift a resident without the mechanical lift. So everything is done with a mechanical lift.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Bergeron?
Thanks. I think this is also for the CFO, but you may know the answer. Have the United Counties already approved all of these items?
Through you, Madam.
Go ahead.
Yes, they already at the previous.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have made a presentation to the United Counties already for shared service budgets.
These items specifically have been passed as approved?
So the City of Cornwall is the designated service manager, and the approval comes at this council.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions? Councillor Mack, yes?
When it comes to the mattresses, how often do you throw out a mattress?
It depends on if there's infection control, so if there's a rip, a stain, a mattress that could be very stained, so roughly 5 years turnover.
I was gonna say, I've been here 5 years, it's the first time mattresses have come up. You get a big discount on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you buy 9, you get 1 free.
Nice.
Why aren't we buying 30 then instead of 25?
But again, through you, Madam Mayor, it all depends on the type of mattresses. If you have air mattresses, can be much more expensive. They can range from $2,000 to $5,000, depending. Bariatric mattress, again, it's much more expensive. So it all
We deal with
depends on-
one company on this?
Right now, we deal with one company that have good mattresses, but again, it's awarded through the proper process.
Right, okay. Go ahead.
The last project is a flooring replacement. So looking for 100,000. So the first 25,000 is for ground floor repairs. So repairs of many floor seams that are required as they're lifting up and becoming a safety and tripping hazards for the residents, visitors, and staff. And then looking for $75,000 for floor replacement in the residence room on 4th floor. So we've already started to replace some of the flooring in the resident hallways, except some of the residence room needs to be completed on 4th floor. Again, having some beds and furniture, what we have right now, there's can be holes into and the product we have right now, so it becomes an infection control issue. So it's at the time where it needs to be replaced.
Questions, comments? Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Thank you. So, in the past, when we've done some capital at Glensorn Lodge, there was one year in particular I seem to remember where a couple of the items came back and they were basically all over budget in terms of the estimates that were provided here. So, with respect, I'm going to ask, like, how confident are you in these numbers? Only because I've seen in the past where they've had to come back, and it wasn't like one or two, it was like several, and over the course of a couple years. So, I just want to confirm your confidence in these estimates.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
I look at previous invoice, what it was. Again, market can change until we get a request for a proposal sent in. It could vary depending on what type of product that we use. The report, what we'll need to do is once we get all the information in, we have to submit it to the ministry to get approval to move forward before being able to submit it through a tender. So it could vary. It could be 75,000. It could be 50,000. And if it's less, I'll definitely use that money to replace some flooring elsewhere instead of being here next year and ask for more.
Thank you.
Other comments? The flooring is a constant, right? In a building this size with this use, we're always going to be seeing this as part of the budget?
Yes.
Yes,
That's true, yes.
that's fine. Okay. Is this your first budget presentation?
Yes.
Yes. How are you enjoying your leadership role?
Enjoying it.
Good. Glad to have you. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Finish this tonight.
Welcome, Mr. Boileau.
Thank you.
Though it feels like you're always here, really.
I am always here, or it seems like I'm always here.
And Mr. Jamie Fothrop, yes.
And
big binder.
we will be joined shortly by Neil Dixon, who's because of the new arrangement we have with facilities,
Mhm.
Jamie and I are new to overseeing the facilities, but I think Jamie is probably more comfortable with some of the items, although a couple are probably more specific to what Neil has done. And so he will be joining us I think we're ahead of schedule.
Are we ahead of
I think we
schedule?
expect it to be Neil to join us at about 4 o'clock, but we'll see how that goes.
Sure.
I'm sure Jamie could probably speak very well to most of the items, but we'll start with recreation, which is on page, the summary's on 47 and the first item is on 48. And I'll ask Jamie to speak to the first item. I'll probably cover the next waterfront item, and then Jamie will take over from there.
Okay, thank you.
So our first project here is the Big Bend snowmaking equipment. This past year, or last year, we lost one of our snow guns at Big Bend, and it failed to the point that it couldn't be repaired. It's quite old. No one's quite exactly sure when it was purchased, but we believe it to be 40 or so plus years old. Now, there is one snow gun there that works well and that's much newer, and we're looking to purchase one of a similar style. Now, before we proposed this project, we brought a vendor in to come and look at our water feed as well, just to make sure it was adequate to supply 2 snow guns. And what they determined was that it in fact was not. There is a water pump that supplies a higher pressure of water to the snow guns, which was found to not supply high enough to appropriately feed 2 pumps. And as well, we tested the pressure at the base of the hill and at the top of the hill. And the pressure loss in the line headed to the top of the hill is too great. And so what we propose is also to replace that line going from the base of the hill to the top. By doing that, then you will have adequate water supply for 2 guns and be able to make snow a lot faster and cover the hill, which would allow the hill to be opened sooner, as it heavily is reliant on man-made snow.
Questions? Councillor Bergeron?
Yeah, so thank you. To me, this is the type of project I would not support. I think we as a council need to have a conversation about Big Bend publicly, about what we want to do there. Twice we've passed a contract to run it for a year, but this is the type of investment that I'm not willing to make until we know the long-term plan on Big Bend. To me, maybe turning it into a tubing hill, a sliding hill, something like that needs to be looked at. I appreciate this is a capital request, and so that's not the conversation for today, but it just leads me to say, I think we have a council need to have this before we pass capital items for this hill. So I'll bring it back at the end with one of those.
And you'll make note of that as
Yeah,
well?
I've got a list going here.
Thank you. Councillor Mack and then Councillor Grant.
I can remember the last conversation we had about Big Bend.
So do I. I might comment on
It was a
that.
dandy. Paris runs it for us. Just, I got some, refresh my memory. We pay them 80,000?
That's right. We pay them, no, not 80,000. It's, I confuse that and the Marine all the time, but one is about 20,000 and the other is just under 30,000. I think that one's just under 30,000.
We pay
Is
them
what we
30.
pay Paris Holdings to operate it.
So that wasn't-
But previously, when our city, our budget for the hill is 80,000. We are responsible for the maintenance of specific items.
That's electricity, everything, the
Electricity,
whole package is 80,000?
Insurance, so yeah.
And the
entire-
30,000 for their fee?
And then their fee is
Oh, plus their fee.
is included within that.
Okay. With the climate change and everything, you ever figure out what the cost per day is of use?
No, I wouldn't know the cost per day, but we are seeing, this year was a very late start to the season, for sure. Last year actually was an early start to the season. We had snow, I think in November, and it seemed to stick around. So year after year, it's a bit of a roll of the dice.
Like the outdoor rinks?
Very much like that, yes.
We got numbers for use?
The last set of numbers we had, they were about 125 or so children enrolled in lessons, and they get about 800 or so lift tickets sold. Now, they only really operate on Wednesday evenings and then on weekends, again, weather permitting, so it's very subject to the season.
Probably more people use that than our outdoor rinks.
It depends, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Grant and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but Mac beat me to the punch there with numbers.
Did you want to add anything?
No, he asked all my questions.
That's because you gave them to me.
Councillor Gardner?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm going to support this because last year because of the controversy the years previously, last winter I spent pretty well any time I went by that area, I went into the ski hill and I checked it out, and it was busy. There were a few, on the weekends, the place was packed, the kids were having fun, and it's about recreation, so I'll support this all the way.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I support this too. I think that we have so many conversations around this table about resident attraction and resident retention, and we have a unique facility here that I think is very cost-effective, and I think it deserves our full support because kids from Cornwall have got a little mini ski hill right here where they can have their first lessons, and it's something that we should keep good maintenance in.
Any other comments? I'll just add, I remember, Councillor Mack, that discussion, and we actually had two discussions on that, and I will again publicly say that I'm never going to vote against something that kids use. Never. I'm on the record.
Oh, sorry, if I may?
Yeah.
I've got a follow-up question too. In terms of use, do any of the school boards book sessions there, or like?
Mr. Father?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I just wonder if we can market it, maybe, like, especially when you're talking about giving lessons, because I know sometimes schools, you know, they collect money and they go to Camp Fortune or something for ski lessons, or we could do it right here in Cornwall if we were to market it, and I think that would be a good idea.
Councillor Hébert?
Just a thought on that. I think the restriction is if a school were to book a field trip, a lot of the kids wouldn't have the equipment. So I think an opportunity here would possibly to have rental equipment at the hill. I'm not sure, I don't know if that's been discussed. I feel like I may have heard something, but having rental equipment there, beyond just, you know, skis, the snowboards and the fancy little, those short ones. I don't know sports, you know what I mean. So that would be a good revenue stream, but could attract a whole other demographic. I'm not sure that happens there now, does it?
Mr. Fothrop, yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, unfortunately, no, they do not
No.
offer rentals at the Hill. There are some local retail businesses here that do rent
Okay.
through their stores.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think if I may, the one comment that I've heard as well is that the Hill lends itself to both low-income and higher-income
Yep.
family, both for lessons and just for recreational skiing. And the comment was made to me from one of the persons who has run the operation, is that there would be a lot of children and adults actually who wouldn't be skiing if we didn't have this facility. So it is a critical time. We don't often come for capital money for this, but I would agree that it certainly was impactful when the community was asked whether or not to continue this operation.
It was very impactful. Thank you.
The next item is the implementation of the waterfront plan. And this is the first capital project sheet that we would bring to you, and we would, of course, now that we have a new plan, be coming to council for the various projects that are identified in the plan. There are 5 that are identified here. I would suggest that some of them actually don't have a cost, because as we look down the list, the tourism strategy is something that is actually going to be accomplished in-house by the tourism office, and so it is, you know, and there may be other items like that in the plan that are not actually, that don't have a cost, or that have a cost but is being taken care of by another department, and that would be one such example. The wayfinding strategy is the second item in that list, is something that is actually already in the budget from 2019. The task force is something that I think is very important. Of course, Madam Mayor and the CAO and myself and others have met with the federal government trying to advance this project. Councillor Grant was also involved. And so again, it doesn't really have a cost unless, of course, council is going to be considering acquiring lands, and of course, there would be costs, we presume, at that time, but I don't believe that the $200,000 is really to be considered for that purchase.
Okay.
The fifth item is the gateway entrance, and that again, much like the second item, is something that is already within our budget and will be completed in 2020. The fifth item is really the largest item financially. It talks about opportunities for eating establishments and other types of things. And the reason I'm mentioning the other, so there is already in a reserve $240,000 for the Point Maling project. And I don't want to speak for the committee or for council because we don't yet have the committee, but I think that is probably the item that should be one of the first items that the next committee will work on. And Councillor Bennett was the chair of the waterfront, and there was a lot of people were really excited about that project and really wanted to see something happen at the last committee level. There was a fair push, I would say, to get that Point Maling washroom building going. And I would say that the next committee is probably going to want to focus on getting something done there, perhaps taking some of that, well, all of the $240,000 that's in the reserve, perhaps also some of the funds that are earmarked here with $200,000, perhaps looking for matching funds and so on, and get a very good project completed at that location. So that's my summary. You'll see there too, that last sentence that talks about $25 million. That's a really estimated figure, but it gives you an idea that we need to put, you know, we're looking here at a $200,000, but there are years, and you'll see in the plan, where, you know, it's calling for over $2 million in a year. So those are all council decisions, and it'll be the committee to try to help with, you know, what should we do next. And there are, you know, what they've drawn out is an estimation of a schedule for 25 years. The committee may say, well, that item that's in year 15, I want that in year 2. I want that in year 3. So I think all of those conversations, as we said when the waterfront plan came to council, it's going to be up to the committee, and it's really going to come down to what this council wants to do in that 25-year period of what to do first, what to do last, perhaps even what to not do. So.
I have Councillor Grant and Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For you, Mark answered most of my concerns. I was wondering about the $200,000, and I see where that's coming from. My second question was more on, since it's recreation, we have a recreation master plan that's on the books, and I'm just wondering if I could find out the status of that. Because I'm going to ask a question later on about tennis courts.
Yes. So the recreation master plan is an item that is in the 2019 budget. I know Mr. Fothrop is working on getting the ball rolling on that, and I'll let him speak to that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've written an RFP, and it is out right now for proposals. We are expecting to receive proposals, I believe, next week. That will be reviewed, and then we'll be bringing a recommendation to council.
Thank you.
Councillor Bennett and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam. Through you, I just want to be clear, so everybody knows that the Waterfront Implementation Task Force and the Waterfront Committee are two separate entities. There seemed to be a lot of confusion over the last 4 years, or more than that, with the Land Acquisition Committee. Everybody seemed to think it was the same thing. It's not. I will be one of those people pushing for the Point Maling project to get rolling. It's been talked about for 6 years or so. Time to roll. Any idea when the Waterfront Committee will be reestablished? I guess he asked you.
Madam CAO, do you have comments? I do, but you can go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think, like to to your point, we want to have two committees, right? So I think that there's the waterfront master plan implementation committee. So that's a committee that I think could be established relatively soon in the short term. And as far as the waterfront committee, I'm going to refer that sort of back to the mayor, depending on what council's thoughts or views are. That also could be, and then there's also the
Federal lands.
Federal lands, right? So there's a few items that are priorities, I know, for council, and it's a matter of trying to make sure that we set those committees up accordingly to try and strategically meet that direction of council.
So the operative word is strategically. Our strategic plan, I mean, we need to get back in touch with that plan, I would say. So the surplus lands, I think, is more the subject of a task force, and so that'll be something different, which will be up and running this year. That's certainly my plan as the mayor. For the implementation committee, going back to Madam CAO's comments, I think we can get that done. I think we can move forward with that shortly. So we'll finish our budget discussions, but clearly this is something that needs to be done because it's strategic. So I would say the next few weeks we'll get a committee going, and it'll be a waterfront implementation plan committee.
Good.
Does that answer?
It does.
Okay.
Because I've been waiting for it for a little while.
Correct.
The other point is, why I think we need this committee right away is, I will be bringing a motion in the next few meetings to start first, talk about moving plans up from the later in the plan to earlier, for a campground in Gatineau Park. And my thought process there is that should be, like most campgrounds, a money-making venture. And it's my opinion that we take the profit from said venture to help implement the rest of this plan, so that we're not always going back to the taxpayer every time we want to put something new or different down the park. We'll be able to establish a reserve from the profits of this, and even of the talks of things to do in the canal or potentially money-making plans as well. And I think, let's do those things first so that we can offset the costs of the rest of the plan moving forward. So you can look forward to hearing from me in the next few meetings to try and push that forward.
Thank you. Councillor Bergeron and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I have a few questions on this one. Mr. Boileau, you explained that it's $200,000 and it's coming from the tax base. So first, is the MAT qualified? Is this in any way related to the funds we would receive from tourism? The first item specifically talks about a tourism strategy and budget. I don't know where that is. I don't know what it's referencing, and I don't know why it would cost us any money. Can you dive into that?
Right. And I think the consultants, as I said, they estimated figures throughout this plan. I think they didn't need to allocate any money to that, because the tourism office is going to be doing two things. And in fact, there is already a draft of a tourism strategy as well as a tourism marketing plan. So those are things that are going to be done in-house.
Okay, so but it's in the list of items of why we need $200,000 here. Can we then strike it from the record, or
Yeah,
it's being done separately?
Yeah, the reason I've put those 5 in is because that's what the plan shows for for this year. So
I-
I mean,
I
it doesn't
appreciate
have a
that.
financial figure necessarily, so.
Okay, and that's my question. All 5 of these items seem to be, in my view, either internally costed already or funded already in previous budgets. Item 2 and item 4, they both say this item was approved in the 2019 budget process, so those are $0. They've already been accounted for. Item 3, establish a task force. I personally don't like talking about committees or task force that we haven't approved yet, but that's fine, I understand. We will, but there's no cost to setting up a task force. So that leaves me with item 5, which is increase food opportunities, which I agree with. I suppose I don't understand how it's $200,000 being allocated from the tax base for establishing food opportunities when I believe, and you can correct me, Mr. Fosthorpe, the pop-up waterfront project, which is coming back soon, included at some point in your costing food establishments?
Yeah, I'll let Jamie speak to that. I'll say, though, that when I speak about the point, and so Point Milling doesn't necessarily have to be food-related, although it can be, but I think it's a discussion, and we had this discussion at the waterfront level, which is that, you know, we need a building at that location. There are needs, food-related, washroom-related, et cetera. I think what needs to happen is a determination of what that building needs to be. We've talked of other things, you know, bicycle rentals, recreational path, other things along those lines. So it's a question of what should that building be, and I can tell you also that the washroom that was constructed in the park was $250,000.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, is not, I understand fairly recently that it's actually not even a four-season building, that it's not insulated for winter. So I think if we were to just build a building like that, we're probably easily between $300,000 and $400,000, probably closer to the $400,000. So, you know, if you want to take a building like that and make it a four-season and perhaps have other uses at that location, I think you're going to need all of the 240 and the 200.
Regarding the pop-up businesses, yes, a report will be coming to the next council meeting on the 10th. We had met and discussed it. Due to the costs involved in allowing food vendors within these pop-up structures, we decided to cost it out as if it would not permit food vendors to occupy them.
Okay, thank you. Just to continue on that, it seems like the entirety of the $200,000 we're asking for is for that last item. But, I mean, this council decided not to have a waterfront committee. That project, therefore, was kind of on hold. And we, as a waterfront plan, I don't remember food in Point Maling being one of the priorities in year one. Am I misreading our waterfront plan, or is this just legacy that we're moving forward with?
So first, my understanding is that a waterfront committee was temporarily put on hold, that a committee would probably be put in place going forward. In
That's
fact, the
correct. This
plan-
council did not decide not to have a waterfront
Right,
committee. Thank
right.
you.
And the plan does recommend that there should be some sort of,
Implementation committee.
right.
Yes.
Now, with respect to exact locations of where food would occur on the waterfront, it does not identify that. I'm just pointing out that I think this may be an opportunity for one, whether it be seasonal or whether it's not at all. I guess what I'm saying is that the committee should get together, talk about some of these items, and this would provide them with a budget to deal with it.
Okay, I mean, I'm not in support of it. I look at 200 grand from the tax base. We already have 240 in a reserve for this. I don't really see how the funds will be used. I get that that building needs to be upgraded, but I don't know that this report at least indicates why we would put food there and not somewhere else yet. So to me, I would wait on a little more information, and it seems like a lot of money to not know, unless I'm missing something here on item 5 that it just seems a little bit vague for the amount of money being asked for.
I guess what I'm saying is that it's not necessarily a food-related building. It's a building that certainly would be very tight at $240,000. And the committee did want to see a project, did see the need for a building. The building that is currently at that location is very dated, is not very, it's a cinder block construction. It's a pretty busy place when baseball is on. Kids are running across the street to this parking. It's not well set up, and the we have a study that sort of helps us to confirm that. So I think the committee recognized that there's a need there, and all this is doing is putting a budget forward to accommodate what is likely to be close to a $500,000 project.
There's one final point of it.
Go ahead.
The bullet point is increase food opportunity, so can you
That's,
tie that building to that for the funds, please?
it's possible that food would go there. The reason it's worded that way is because I've taken it directly out of the plan, as I have 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Fair enough, thank you.
Councillor Gardner and then Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Madam Mayor. My question is, I know the harbor lands are Akwesasne, Cornwall. And I also recall during the Benson Center, when we were preparing for that, we had to get, make sure that Akwesasne, there was no burial grounds or anything in that area that
Archaeological.
before we built. So I wonder if we start building in the park, is there any chance that Akwesasne might have some ownership of the front, of the waterfront, or are we clear, I guess?
Right. I think an archaeological study would probably be part of a project that would be required if the city wanted to construct something at Point Mullane. We would probably be required to do something along those lines.
So we're not generally clear that we can just do this without,
No. Of course, this is not the harbor lands. This is,
Yeah, okay.
this is different, but, you know, again, it would be part of the exercise of putting a new building in place. And whether there's a claim against this property, I'm not aware of that.
I asked the question because I didn't see Akwesasne as part of this, and I wondered whether we were clear to go ahead and build, or did we have to get their permission for whatever reason? That's all I'm bringing this up for.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
There's a duty to consult that we,
There
that-
probably would be.
yep.
Yeah, okay,
It's something we're familiar with and
Yep.
would respect.
thank you.
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and actually my question got asked and answered, but I just wonder if you fellows know that Neil Dixon slipped in.
Yeah.
You saw him? Okay.
As
We
soon
started
as we
out
get to-
waiting for you, Neil, so I just thought they might not know you're there.
As soon as we
Thank
get
you.
to the city facilities, we'll have Neil pull up.
Put him in the hot seat.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Forgive me, Mark, I'm just trying to get so we have $240,000 kind of sitting in a bank account somewhere, right?
Yep.
Reserve. And
Which
you're
was
looking-
80,000 over 3
Pardon me,
years.
sorry?
The council put $80,000 aside for the last 3 years.
Right, yep, okay. And this $200,000 additionally, so does that mean then that account at the outset would be about $440,000, correct?
Now, I also need to say that the $440,000 doesn't necessarily go to that building. I'm putting that out there as a project. The waterfront committee, which we don't have yet, could decide that they would like to have X amount for that project, perhaps money for us up. You know, Councillor Bennett makes the point about the campgrounds. The committee may say, well, we want to take $100,000 and invest it into infrastructure for the campgrounds and put the balance. I don't know, there's not a committee yet, so.
There's no direction.
No.
Fair enough.
And my point too here is that $200,000 is the least of the amounts shown in the plan. Right? So there are years where we're going to be coming forward for $2 million in waterfront. Doesn't mean that that's what we're gonna get, but of the amounts that are shown in the plan, this is one of the smallest amounts. So it's just so that council gets the idea that, you know, the plan is going to cost an investment every year.
Now, do we, and I can't remember, so perhaps it was in a report, I don't remember. Do we have like an official project at Point Moline, or is it, if I can remember, or is it, wouldn't it be nice if we developed this somehow? Like, do we have a framework that we're operating off of when we talk about the 440 vis-a-vis Moline, or we don't really know?
No, so at Point Milling, there are different types of projects that are recommended.
Yes.
You'll recall, one of the most expensive items in the plan is a sort of a Water Street boardwalk that duplicates the canal location. So it gets all the way down, and when you get to the Legion Ball Diamond area, it, you know, there was a plan initially that the boardwalk would go right sort of through there and different ideas. But what it does instead is it maintains the Legion Ball Diamonds. But when you get down to Point Moline, which of course is on the east side of the Ball Diamonds, you see a continuation of a boardwalk. You see the introduction of different ideas. For example, there is the idea of an off-leash dog park in that general location. There's the introduction of a gazebo to perhaps go together with some other things. I mean, we've talked about all kinds of different things. A smaller splash pad that might accommodate, you know, the families at Matisse and that general area, which is a totally different area than it used to be with all the condominiums and so on. So there is a plan, but to say specifically that it's for a building, it doesn't say that.
So that being said then, in light of what you just mentioned, if I get this correctly, we have 400, assuming council chose to approve your request or recommendation or whatever you want to call it. We have $440,000 with kind of a guideline, but nothing, there's lots of things, but we don't really know what we're gonna do with this $440,000 until the waterfront committee, whatever it becomes called, makes recommendations. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, so the committee and, you know, Councillor Bennett will, I believe, support what I'm saying. The committee was very close in its conclusion to wanting to put a building up there, and that's why I'm saying that if we were to do something like that, this would largely take up that money. It could be, though, that the committee would want to go in either a different direction or a slightly different direction. So it may, for example, take some of this $200,000 and put it towards a different project. The $240,000 was earmarked for that project.
Okay.
So the committee should not be, for example, taking $440,000 and putting it somewhere else.
Well, and that's where I'm kind of going with this.
Right.
The other thing, kind of a last question, Your Worship, if you...
Go ahead, I'm eating cookies over here.
No problem. Cookies are good. Have we, like, in terms of this building as an example, whatever the building, with food, sales, or whatever you want to put up there, have we, is there anywhere in the plan, or has there been any discussion either at the administrative level or in a previous council, because I don't remember it being with this council, to look at somebody in the private sector to put a building up there that meets, like if there's, let's say, a food vending type vehicle methodology.
This is city, well, it's not city-owned lands, it's federal
technically
lands.
not, right?
Could become city lands. If it became city lands, I think the public would not react very well to the private sector being allowed to build on that property.
Could we not do a long-term lease
We could.
vis-a-vis
And-
curling clubs type
We
scenario?
could, and when I think of a building like that, I think that it could have multiple purposes, but one of which is space that the city constructs that you could then go out and go out to the professionals, the people who know what they're doing with food or with any retail or whatever it may be. Let them, the professionals, lease the space from us and do it properly.
Right, okay, I know what you're saying.
Right. But I doubt very much that the public would want us to allow private development on Point Mulliny.
Well, we can haggle back and forth over that, but that's another issue. Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I'll wait for motions to get into full-blown debate here.
Okay. I have Councillor Mack and then Councillor Hébert. Councillor Mack.
Did we not apply for a grant, federal grant, to match this, and it was turned down? The
It's-
application was not accepted.
That is correct.
That's one of the reasons why we didn't move ahead?
It is one of the reasons, together, I suppose, with the fact that, again, $240,000 is not going to get us, I think, what we were trying to get.
We don't own the land, but we're talking about private, building things on it. Doesn't this all evolve around, we have to own the land?
If we were going to build this building?
Yeah, anything, I mean.
Well, I'm not 100% sure about that, because, we could get into a conversation, of course, with the government about whether they, there is a building on that property, and it's substandard.
Yeah, it's all Seaway Authority building.
Right.
I'm just saying, where are we in acquiring land right now? This has been going on for 3 years now. We've been saying, feds want to unload this property, and we're gonna talk to them about it. Where are we at that stage are we at?
We're in discussion with them. I think the last time we spoke with them, there was, we tried to get across to them that the idea of the Canada Lands dealing with the sale, that there are some lands that we think, for example, the slender piece that is all across Lamoureux Park, we don't see that Canada Lands necessarily has to be involved in that. Perhaps that could be a conveyance from the federal government.
Canada Lands being the real estate division.
Yes. But there are some lands along the waterfront that I think will go through the Canada Lands Corporation and through, and again, whether it comes to the city or it comes to a co-ownership or it comes to the private sector, that's not been determined, but we're in those conversations now.
Can you give us a hint, like, is there?
So the
About
meeting.
timing?
Yeah, like, this tied in what, we have to own I'm trying to get across, we don't own the property, we can't talk about putting buildings on property we don't own.
Well, except we already have a building on that property.
So we could put a building there to replace that one. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Boileau?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we have to worry about anybody building a restaurant or anything down there. That'd be the quickest way to lose $2.5 million.
Right.
Right. So we did meet, I think it was in September, the meeting that Mr. Boileau was alluding to was in September, Madam CIO? So we met with bureaucrats, right? This was before the election, so at the time we were indicating that we wanted to control our destiny on our waterfront. So we're letting them know that we want to be present in that discussion and that we're trying to be strategic in what we want to own. So then the election took place, and we have not met since that time. Is that correct, Councillor Grant? Because Councillor Grant sat in on that meeting. Yeah. So, to be continued.
You get asked that question a lot, and you do too.
And I do too. So I have Councillor Hébert. I'm still on the first round, and I'll go to Councillor Hébert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Boileau, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this forward and adding this money to our budget. I think 200,000 is quite conservative. I was really hoping to see maybe $1 million here, being this is our first year with this plan that we've approved. I think, well, personally, I don't care that we don't have a designated initiative or project that we're going to roll out this year. We need to put our committee together and we need to take some action on some kind of waterfront project. And that committee is going to need some kind of funding, hopefully more than 200, to get some of these action items implemented. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think waterfront is the thing I'm asked about the most when I'm talking to residents. And this 200,000 just shows that we're ready to jump into waterfront development. I honestly think it should be significantly more. And there's a lot of great initiatives that will start this year, but I think that committee needs some funding. And I don't think anything is going to happen without consultation with council. So if they decide to put a building or some pop-up whatnot or a food truck, all of this stuff will come to us through that committee, right? Like our committee structure is created to do so. And so if we approve 200,000 today without quite knowing specifically what it will be going towards, knowing that it will be waterfront, we will eventually have some kind of report from this committee that I can't wait to see established. So I'm grateful that you've put some desire to work on the waterfront into this budget, and look forward to seeing bigger numbers in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on first round? And I guess I'm looking at Councillor Towndale.
We just singled me out, Madam Mayor. No, I have no comments on this. I think anything I would have brought up had been covered at this time
Okay.
by my colleagues, so I'm not going to.
That's fine. On the second round, I have Councillor McDonald and Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to second everything Councillor Hubert said.
Sure.
And the other thing I want to do is ask a question about acquiring these lands. And I realize that we may not be able to, you may not be able to give me an answer today, but maybe all of these things are possible. When we acquire the lands, will we be paying money like we give the government money to buy these lands, or will they give us money to clean them up, such as basically happened with the harbor? And if we think we're going to have to spend money, give money to the government for these lands, shouldn't we be building a bank account now? A couple $100,000 in that particular kitty, just so that if this government were just moving at a snail's pace on divesting itself of these lands, if they suddenly hit high speed, will we be ready? Or would we, at that point, simply go to our reserves if we haven't already built up some resources to be ready? So I guess that's a whole lot of possibilities, and maybe we don't know which one will be operative when the moment comes.
I'll start with Mr. Boileau.
Sure. So Canada Lands their process is typically to determine fair market value for the property, and so they need to do that. And once they've done that, then they would put the offer out to anyone who is interested. Of course, that being including government, private sector itself. If you remember all of the the various pieces of property that go all the way from Point Maling all the way to the dam, there's everything from what I described earlier, which is really just a slender piece along Lamoureux Park, which has no development rights, is adjacent to the city's property. I think personally that it just naturally fits with what we're trying to do. But then there are some lands there that have private sector potential, and for example, those would be on the north side of the canal. To your point about the environment, there are some lands that are, and the one that comes to mind is the canal lands. The canal lands are beautiful. The south side is not serviced, and so it's really just a long island. But also, I think a little bit like the harbor lands, which had contamination. For me, what I concern myself with on the canal lands is maintenance and improvements that may be required there. So some lands may have value, but other features may have costs that will be, so if the city becomes the owner of the canal, what is the maintenance requirement for those lands? So I think that's a conversation that we would have to have with the federal government. There are some, sections of that of the canal lands that need attention very, very soon.
Councillor
I
McDonald?
guess I just want to throw this out because it would be a wonderful thing. The city of Paris, for example, has sunk into a canal, a swimming facility. Maybe it's a floating bed or something, and people actually in the city can swim there. Now that would probably be so far beyond our ability to pay, but it would be nice to think that someday people could swim in that canal.
Right.
Just throwing it out there.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
Yeah.
Pardon?
We,
I know they do at Waterfrest already, because the water's very clean, but, I mean, it would be nice if we had a city facility swimming hole there.
just to the point on the federal surplus lands, we, you know, Councillor Grant can correct me, but we did indicate that we not want to be paying top dollar for those lands, right?
Right.
Right. That's,
I remember that.
yeah, so just saying we're not, just because Canada Land says that doesn't mean that we haven't said, excuse me, but to be followed, to be continued. I have Councillor Bennett, and then Councillor Gardner, and then Councillor Bergeron on the second round. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to touch on a few things that have come up in the course of this conversation. So the food vendors and the pop-ups, what we talked about was that we don't need to build those units specific to hold a restaurant-type food vendor. But what they could do is, there's a vendor already there in the park. Vendors like that could rent one of those as a storage unit for their equipment, because they have water and gray water storage tanks in them. So food in those pop-up businesses is not off the books. It just has to be self-sufficient. The other thing too is the Point Moline building. The conversation near the end of the last term of that committee, we're starting to lean towards a building with washrooms and storage space and whatnot, but a lot of conversation happened around, if anybody's been to Blockhouse Island in Brockville, they've got that building there that has a little canteen in it. It's got washrooms, it's got a little tourist info thing in it. And I'm of the opinion that something like that would be a nice fit in that area, because you've got boaters coming in that would probably use it. Ball teams coming in for tournaments that would probably use the info center, but those washrooms for sure. If you've been to that old building, you gotta walk down hallways to find one little tiny washroom, and it's not a pretty outfit. So I think when this committee comes up, Mr. Boileau was correct. I think the first thing we'll be looking at doing is getting going on that building. Other parts of that project, you had brought up what the project was like. I think the total cost, if we were to do the whole thing, was like $1.3 million, $1.4 million. That was including a parkway to up around it for people to go up and park, so seniors or people with disabilities that want to get up to the waterfront would be able to do that. So that was part of the project too. That one was a little more controversial. I would say any stage that went through was like 60 to 70% support. So it wasn't 100% support, but these things did pass along the way, including council. So pop-up businesses could very well hold some food vendors, just not serviced with water and sewer. It would have to be self-contained units, and so that was just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner?
I'm gonna be pretty blunt here in supporting this amount of money, because Councillor Grant and I have been on Waterfront Committee for years. And historically, we've had all these wonderful plans that we wanted to build this, we wanted to do, never had the money to do it. So now we've got $240,000, and we'll have another $200,000 in the bank, so when we start looking at projects, we can build them. Let's not go back to history and dream all these projects and not have the money to do it. Thank you for bringing this forward, because it allows us to move forward with the plan for the waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. Through this conversation, I think I'm understanding a little bit more. Maybe this is for the CFO again about reserves. This is a capital project request, but the project is, well, maybe we're gonna need this money in a reserve. Can you maybe explain the difference between a capital project and how those funds would go into a reserve if they're not used for what's outlined here in these bullet points?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we have at our year end for capital projects is either a capital carry forward when a capital project has begun or will begin shortly. What we also have at year end is recommendations to contributions to reserves, to various reserves, and it would take care of itself at that time.
Okay, so this is, in essence, a capital reserve request, because all these items are costed already.
Unless, of course, the committee is put into place and recommendation comes to council in 2020 to spend some of that $200,000.
Got it, thank you.
Any other discussion? I'd just like to add some comment. I think we did spend a lot of time on this topic, as it should be. It is definitely a number one issue for our community. I'm getting the sense from this discussion, too, that the implementation committee is something urgent, so I am publicly telling you I will speed that up so that we get that moving. Councillor Bennett? I want to thank you all for some of your comments that reminded us of the history of the committee. Point Maling, there wasn't full consensus on that. There was in fact some specific opposition to that. That happens. But this is going to be a new committee with a new waterfront plan to inspire and infuse the discussion. So I think it'll be a different discussion. I'm personally in Point Maling several times during the summer, and the reason I am is because the legal aid office is right there. And because of the development that's happening in the old cotton mill district, Point Maling in that area is becoming even more of a sort of a backyard for people with condos in that area. So it's becoming, there's a lot more interest and a lot more presence in that park. So it'll be interesting going forward to see what happens there. You will recall that Claymont Construction, no relation to me, did put forward a proposal that included building on that area, and there was some swift public reaction. So again, that reminds us that anything that we do around the waterfront does require a different, sort of a different process, a more sensitive, more public consultation type process. So I definitely appreciate that we're putting money into the budget in this manner. I understand Councillor Rebel's comments. Pop-up whatnots? Is that?
Whatever, anything, something out there.
But I certainly appreciate the fact that we took so much time on this issue. I think it's important. And Councillor McDonald always wants to get the last word. Go ahead.
Just possible source of confusion, since these 5 points are lifted from the waterfront plan that we approved, they keep using, they use once, the term implementation in number 3 in the context of acquiring surplus lands. And we're using it around the table here as the implementation of the fun stuff. You know what I mean? So let's either change the language in the waterfront plan or just, resign to having the vocabulary confusing us every time we talk about the implementation committee, because officially it has to do with acquiring surplus lands if you see number 3.
Right.
I like the fact that it should be the implementation of all these wonderful ideas for developing the waterfront, not just for buying it. So just that the word
Yes.
implementation's in the wrong place.
I understand your point around clarity. So the implementation committee is for the implementation of the waterfront plan. Number 3 is clearly a strategic direction that we have not followed up on. That is outstanding, that we need to move on. Strategic. Different from the fun stuff. Next item.
All right. I'm going to ask,
Perhaps, Mark, what we would like to, if I could, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
I think what we'd like to do is just circulate a capital sheet for the request for updated information for lighting in Lamro Park. That would make sense to maybe deal with that item now, or at least provide the information. And we'll let Mr. Fothrope speak to that before Neil comes up.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
So the project sheet that's just been circulated was emailed to council, I believe, last week. This was in response to motion made by council to look at the possibility of installing a decorative lighting display in Lamrou Park, but on a permanent basis. As many as you recall, during the Canada 150 celebrations, we installed decorative lighting in many of the trees and around Lamrou Park. They were in place for all of 2017 and part of 2018. We eventually had to remove those lights. They were fed from extension cords from tree to tree. We have a agency which oversees the electrical safety in our facilities, who raised issue with those extension cords being in place on a permanent basis. They were willing to allow it on a temporary basis, but for a permanent installation, they required underground power to be extended to each tree that would be lit with a receptacle at the base of the tree. So what we've done here is we've estimated the cost to do just that, do a similar lighting display with the same trees that were lit during Canada 150, and we've estimated that cost to be $210,000. The bulk of that cost is related to the underground electrical servicing that's required throughout the park. We were able to use the numbers that the actual costs that we incurred during the Canada 150 celebration, but the bulk of this cost is related to the underground servicing. What should also be noted too is whenever we did remove those lights, a fair number of those lights, a surprising number, were found to be needing replacement. So if there was a permanent installation, we're estimating approximately a $15,000 cost per year to replace damaged lights on an ongoing basis, if that were a permanent display.
Councillor Bennett.
Thanks for this information, Jamie, it's appreciated. I would just like to point out, while we're having this discussion, that the Waterfront Committee, through an idea that was put forward by Bernie Terrence, we talked about floodlights, and we had a demonstration of the floodlights down there. So for those of us that were there, one light would light up 8, 10 trees. And I think that might be the better way to go, in my opinion, because I think that they would have a much longer life. We could change the focus points of these lights at any given time, and we could change the colors. So when it's, we're having a month that, you know, Cancer Awareness Week or whatever, then we could change those lights to pink, and whatever we could support what's going on in our world by showing its colors, right? So you could change the colors, you can change the focus point, and the life would be a lot longer, and we're not worrying about having to replace $15,000 a year worth of light bulbs and Christmas lights, because I hate doing it around my tree. It takes forever, so I couldn't imagine doing a whole park. So I really appreciate this, and I'm glad it's here, because I think for me the cost of this is too great. If I can remember correctly, it was like $8,000 to $10,000 per spotlight. So if we had 8, 10 of those, you could pretty much light up most of what's here. And long term, it would be more cost effective, in my opinion, if I remember correctly from that demonstration. So, thanks for your 2 cents. That was mine.
Councillor Towndale and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To build on Councillor Bennett's point, I was in Ottawa recently, and Confederation Park, which is pretty much downtown, that's what they're doing. They have it's a very large light display now, and it's all spotlights. Took a closer look because I was curious, and that's what it is. Although these are like theater quality spotlights, and they're on small racks, and they're using wire lock, like it's almost like a laptop lock type thing, and they wire that around the lights and then into the stand and then potentially in the fence that goes around the park. That's what they're doing to keep them secure. But I think because it's a high traffic area, they're not too concerned about theft and whatnot, so they're able to use something like that. But it is likely very more cost, like what Councillor Bennett was saying, very cost effective way of doing it with a similar result. And yeah, I think it's more promising. I mean, at the same time, thank you for this. Thank you for exploring this. We needed to see it, I think, to figure out what makes sense moving forward. So thank you.
Councillor Grant and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since this is waterfront related, I think this should be referred to the Waterfront Development Implementation Committee, so they can come back and prioritize and see what's beneficial for the waterfront and the budget accordingly. I would like to see one of those, like Ottawa has those signs that are lit up with,
You and me both, Councillor Grant.
so.
Been talking
This
about
is
that for a
one thing,
while.
But we should look at all lighting and bring it to the waterfront committee, let them bring a recommendation. So I think it's a great idea, any kind of lighting. And a lot of positive comments on lighting.
Yes, always. Councillor Bergeron, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. So I was one of the councillors who made this motion because I did want to see how much it would cost, and it's just too expensive is my conclusion here. But I do have some questions. I'll forgive Councillor Bennett for not naming both authors of the original item here, but it was costed out, I believe, at the Waterfront Committee. Can that come back as a report item number 2, what you have here about the LED spotlights? I don't recall the cost right now, but
Through you, Madam Mayor, the estimate that was produced to the Waterfront Committee ranged, it estimated between $6,000 and $8,000 per spotlight. Now, what wasn't included in that estimate was the electrical servicing to get power to those individual locations. So my concern would be, in order to light up the same number of trees, to get the lights at the appropriate angles, we might be looking at the same amount of electrical servicing required under this, what's estimated in this project here.
so I agree with Councillor Grant that should be referred to the appropriate stages, but I suppose the question is, can that be costed out as well and presented separately from the cost of the lighting?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it can be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. And I'm glad that there's been a request to have this costed out, because it strikes me that either way to put power in the ground, whether it's for a spotlight or a string of lights, you might be looking at the same price. And I don't think a spotlight has the same effect as a string of lights. One has an ambiance to it that the other just doesn't have. One's kind of glaring, and it'd be nice to have, if you get the power on the ground, you can do either one depending on the occasion that you want to have. Now, I'm curious if I could ask Councillor Towndale if what he saw in Ottawa on Confederation Park, was this powered by generators on surface, like you talked about a locking mechanism?
So I'll allow the question through the chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I did see electrical cords running throughout the park, but to be honest with you, Councillor McDonald, I didn't.
You did?
I did, but I didn't see where they were plugged into. It seemed like they had like a pylon with multiple plugs, but I don't know where that went. I did not hear or see any generators, but they may have existing power within the park that they're tapping into. I didn't take a good look at that, to be honest with you.
I know in Alexandria had their wonderful display. They might still have it. I think they discontinued it. They brought it back. They were using generators. And so anyway, this is a good thing to keep an eye on. It'd be great to have the Waterfront Committee work on it.
If I can just add one.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
So when Mr. Terrence made his presentation to the Waterfront Committee, he had flooded a cluster of trees around the museum. And so if we're trying to achieve sort of that linear row of trees, I would agree with Mr. Fosrup that the expenses are going to get high. But I think if we're going to try to work in a cluster, then perhaps we're going to be able to provide that with a little bit less infrastructure requirement. The other thing too is that there is the museum, which we talked to the museum, the Historical Society about flooding the lights onto the museum. They seem to be pretty interested in that idea as well. And then of course, finally, as Jamie points out in this report, the pier that remains with the bridge, the old bridge, I think still provides a very good opportunity for lighting and so on. So.
Okay. Anybody else on the first round? Second round, Councillor Bergeron?
Just quickly, this one doesn't have a number to it. It sounds like we're going to be voting against it. Can I just get a reference point for C? I'm listing it as C50, but is that our?
It's not included in the budget?
Yeah. How would we go about voting against this when capital is done?
So it's not included in the
Doesn't
budget,
exist?
Madam CAO?
You would just,
It's not-
speak to the project.
Well, unless somebody wanted to move it into the budget,
Right.
then that's left up to council.
That's my question. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Any other comments? Thank you for bringing this forward and following up. Lights, as Councillor Grant said, are always of interest, so it's always a good thing to discuss around the table. That sign, Councillor Grant, that you were talking about, the Cornwall sign, it's what makes a city Instagrammable. So lots of us have been talking about this, and we hope to see that happen at some point soon. Next item?
Mr. Dixon to join us. Some of these projects under city facilities are more with Mr. Dixon and some are with Mr. Fothrop, and so I ask you to join us.
Gonna be able to finish this before supper?
Well, actually, why don't you grab that? I don't know.
Morris coming back?
Here, we'll just throw it on.
Do you have?
City facilities, I've got 65 years worth of,
Oh, I'm the older one.
you said it,
So before you start, I have a comment about dinner and the timing of dinner. So,
We shouldn't be more than an hour.
That's pretty good. I said 65 minutes.
Councillor Mack, are you okay
That's one of
with?
these facilities on the waterfront.
It's only 4:30.
Just the question is it here?
It's not here yet, no.
Okay.
All I heard is their beer.
Well, that'll make the meeting go a little quicker.
So dinner will be delivered at 5, and so let's get started, Councillor Mack, and we'll see where we end up. Welcome, Mr. Dixon. We've been waiting. You've been waiting while we're talking.
All good.
All good? Mr. Fothrop?
So our next project is the Civic Complex compressor and electrical panels. There's two components to the project. One's to replace one of our compressors at the Civic Complex. We currently have 3, 2 of which are original to the building that have been overhauled in years past, and one's due to be overhauled again. Now, due to its age, it would be cheaper to simply replace it. So we've got $40,000 in the budget for that item. The next item is the electrical panels, which power those compressors. The panels are original to the building. They've reached their end of their life expectancy. As well, they aren't equipped with today's safety features, which would, particularly the lockout. So if you were doing maintenance on one of these compressors, you would switch the breaker off, but you'd be able to put a lock on it so that nobody inadvertently powers it up while you're working on it. Now, these aren't equipped with that.
Questions? Next item.
The next project is the Civic Complex building improvements. Again, 2 fairly minor projects wrapped into one. One's the replacement of our fire panel system. It is quite dated. It's been required a fair bit of maintenance in recent years, and it is due for replacement. The other component to this project is the replacement of the repairs to the Zamboni laneway. You'll see there's a photo there showing the path that the Zamboni drives to access a pit to dump snow. The Zamboni tires are equipped with metal studs, which give it traction when driving on the ice. But when driving on concrete, they deteriorate the concrete over time. So over 45 years, the building's been in operation. These tires have left ruts within this area, and they pose a safety risk to the staff that have to work in that space.
Go ahead.
The next project is the Civic Complex Arena spectator seats replacements. I do have some props behind me.
Fun.
You won the props.
I'll pass this cushion there around. Essentially,
Can I try?
yeah, The
Like Goldilocks?
company that originally supplied
We
these
can see
seats at the Civic
Plus, let
Complex
anybody else know.
is in fact still in operation. And so we are able to purchase replacement parts for it. What's happened to the seats at the Civic Complex now is the foam cushion that's being circulated has deteriorated such that it's turned to powder. So when you open up, this is the seat cushion assembly, which is a steel frame with that cushion mounted on top and covered in upholstery. But what's happened is that foam cushion is turned to powder, and so it's sitting inside the seat. So essentially, all you have is the fabric sitting on these serpentine metal springs. Now, we've had the suppliers of this cushion come down, and we've installed a sample one at the Civic Complex to get a feel for it, to make sure it's will suit our needs, and it's much more comfortable and improved. So we think for a combined project total of $305,000, we can upgrade the cushion component. The backrest would still be the same or existing, but the cushion will be much improved and will increase improve the experience for the fan that comes to the Civic Complex.
Councillor Towndale, and then Councillor Bennett, and then Councillor Grant, and then Councillor Gardner.
Wow. Jeez. Thank you. It's great. I think I was very surprised by the price point because I was expecting a lot more. Quite frankly, I thought something like this would get maybe a quarter of the arena done, so it's reassuring that we can do a lot more. But I do have some questions on it. So one thing that we talked about last year whenever we were talking about the $55,000 to try to flesh this out a little bit was, there's always the issue, and this has to do with the fact that the foam is degraded so much in the existing seats. When you sit down, you're cramped for space. So I know there is a trial seat in the complex right now. I haven't had a chance to see it or use it myself, but will this alleviate that? Because you're sitting a little higher, will that actually help in terms of leg room and whatnot?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you're right. That's one of the, it's certainly softer to sit on, but you're sitting a few inches higher. So you're left, right now when you sit in your old seats, your knees seem to feel like they're sort of up at your ears. But now when you sit in this, you feel like your legs are a little bit more straight ahead. It doesn't give you any more leg room. I know that's a common complaint with the facility, but unfortunately, the space is the space, and in order to improve that would be major reconstruction.
Okay. Thank you. Through you as well, Madam Mayor. One thing I noticed when I was there for the curling, so we're talking about obviously the foam for the seats. This is the biggest part of it. I noticed the underside of some of the seats are damaged where I was sitting. Like I was sitting in the red seats, but when I looked behind me into the blue seats, the undersides were banged in, like someone had been kicking them consistently. So my question is, any plans to fix or replace those, and will that kind of damage prevent repairs on those seats?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, those dents are actually from hockey pucks.
Oh, really? Okay.
So you'll notice they're in the end zones behind the nets, and these are, occurred before the days of the screens being installed above the glass.
Oh.
So there's probably a good 5 or 6 rows in those middle sections, in those end zones, where we'll be looking to replace the seat pans as well, which you can purchase. So this steel frame pops right out of that seat pan, and so you can replace the seat pans and all the parts that are components of the seat assembly are all still in production.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's all I had. Thank you, and thank you, Madam.
Councillor Bennett, and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mostly just a comment. I don't know how many times I've heard from people that they're not going to go to the complex to watch anything because they want to sit in those, insert swear word here, seats, right? So my father being one of those guys, yeah, I got tickets to go see this. I'm not going to sit in those seats. So that's going to help. I was at the curling 3 days this week, so I spent 8 hours in those seats. I don't want to go back there and sit in those seats. So I'm really glad this year, but I'm a little bit optimistic, thinking this is actually going to help with attendance at some events, because I know for sure that people will not go sit in those seats. So let's get this going. The faster the better.
Councillor Grant, and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To you, Jamie, Watchtower, I spent probably 3 hours watching one of the curling events, but I sat 15 minutes and that was all I could take. It's, my knees, like you say, were in the way. The Watchtower Convention, did we ever receive any complaints or comments from them about the status of the seats?
Mm-hmm.
Through you, Madam Mayor, surprisingly, no. They are, I mean, a very gracious client, and no, they surprisingly do not complain about the seats, but I think most
Long
won't
days in
argue that they are due for replacement.
Yeah, they had long days in there, I'm surprised they're very tolerant. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Bergeron.
Well, I guess most of what I wanted to say has been said. I spent 3 days in different seats, and sat beside people from Brockville, from Kingston. I have to tell you, when you got a bony butt, it's hard on you.
Geez, I wouldn't know.
But it was an embarrassment. I mean, people from out of town, those seats were an embarrassment. Not only that there was no foam left, but some of them are filthy. And that's because our security probably allows them to put their feet over top of the, that was one of the issues. And I heard, I wouldn't come back here and sit in these things again. It was terrible. So there's no way I'm not going to support this. It needs to be done. We should have done it last year, but here we go. We got the money to do it, let's do it.
Councillor Bergeron and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I support this. It's a good example of good use of reserve in this case. I am curious, last year, I thought it was a 5-year project. This year, all of a sudden, we're buying them all. Can you explain the difference there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. Last year, we had proposed to do it over 5 years. There were some comments at the budget, I believe, from Councillor Hollingsworth, who brought up saying, you know, why drag it out over 5 years and why not be
Visionary.
Nice
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order. Yes, I agree.
Another factor, though, is also, you know, we've been awarded to host the World Junior A Challenge
Right.
in December, and so the hope is to try and get the bulk of these done in time for that. We think we've installed the sample one ourselves, and it took one of our staff 6 minutes to do just the one seat. And so what we'd like to do is proceed in order the seats, and then have our staff install them, and hopefully in time for that event.
So thank you. This does then include the cost of installing them. It's not just the purchase price?
That's right, yeah. Well, I should say that,
No,
the cost for installing isn't in this, it would be
Operating
in our
cost.
operating, yeah.
My next question is a little bit more subjective, I suppose, but that we're putting now $300,000 into seats in the complex. I think I agree that, you know, it's not showing itself as well as it should be. What's the long-term plan for the complex? How many years before we have to just shut it down? Or has that conversation started when we look at life cycle costing, when we look at lifespan? Where we fall in here? Because if we're putting in new seats and then next year you come back and say, oh, we have to close this, might have a debate there.
Mr.
I'm just
Falter?
curious.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is no date set that we'll have to shut the doors for the complex. But that thought process has had to take place when, you know, we purchased a new clock a couple of years ago. Some of the mechanical components of the building are original and are coming due. The building's about 45 years old. So I think it's done fairly well to last this long, or to have so many of the original components last this long. What you're going to see in coming years is probably additional expenditures more related to like the ice plant, the concrete slab as well there. And these are all things that can be done that'll, again, revive the building and make it suitable to host hockey games that draw 4,000 or 5,000 people. But that's work or money that will need to be spent in order to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to say, as far as the Watchtower goes, didn't they used to come for 3 weekends and now they're here for 2?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, they have certainly reduced their, the number of their conventions. We have been told by them that it's not as a result of dissatisfaction with the facility. They seem to be moving more to streaming their conventions, and so they are having more sort of national conventions where they can be streamed to sort of local facilities, and so they've reduced their operations accordingly.
Councillor McDonald, you're okay?
That's it, I did.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Just subsequent question, perhaps tied to Councillor Bergeron's comments. What is the shelf life for a rink like this? Like 20 years, 40 years, 80 years? Do
I
you have
think-
an estimate?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, I think 50 years is generally the lifespan assigned to certain items within there, and I think that's what we've achieved. But as far as, you know, the concrete walls and that, if it's, the building's kept up and maintained, it can go much longer. But there are systems in there, like I mentioned, the floor slab and the compressor, original compressors are good examples. Expecting to get anything more than that out of them is not realistic.
One subsequent question.
Yes, go ahead.
If you would, Your Worship. When we decided to go to the Benson Center, and I really wasn't part of it, but I was kind of at the tail end, it seemed to me we had a number at both the Bob Turner and the Cy Miller to say, we're putting this much money into maintenance, rather than keep doing that, it's more cost effective. What is our number in terms of the complex maintenance where we would say, you know, we're pouring $800,000 a year to maintain this building, maybe it's time to look elsewhere, or $1 million or $1.5 million? Do we have kind of a number, like a generic industry standard that says, when you get to this much money to maintain it, it's time to start looking at kind of doing something else?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, I mean, there isn't a magic number. I would say it's a big facility that seats almost 5,000 people. I think, you know, as a council, that I think part of the decision is not necessarily, is it cost too much? It's going to cost more to maintain a building of that scale, and so at what point do you decide that we don't need a building of that size anymore?
Right.
But I think if you continue to replace the aging components as they become due, it can be an efficiently operated building, but for a building with a capacity of 5,000.
Right.
I don't think you'll be able to compare a building of 5,000 to pad 3 at the Benson Center
Sure.
that maybe holds
Yep.
150.
Fair enough. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you,
If
Mr.
I
Bond.
can just,
Mr. Bello, yeah?
just add a comment there. The difference, of course, of the complex to any other rink in the region is the seating. So what we've tried to do, both on the recreation side and just events, attraction of events, is to try to attract more events that require that seating.
Yes.
You know, there are 5,000 seats approximately in this building, so we don't want to just be using the ice. We want to be
Sure.
using the facility. And so we're going to events to try to attract. The Sports Alliance is the organization where, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lajoie and Mr. Taillon were in conversation and meetings with the curling associations, with the hockey world, Hockey Canada, etc. So you start to build a relationship with these organizations, and so for curling now, you know, we're a fairly well-known facility. We hadn't had a curling facility or event there for, I guess, 35 years.
84.
So, you know, now they have, you know, when they think of this facility, or when they think of a need for, they know this is a 5,000 seat arena. It's great. It worked out well. Hockey is going to be the same thing. You start to build that relationship. I'd like to see more concerts at that facility.
Sure.
So it's
Okay.
not just a hockey.
I
pad.
understand. It's a hockey viewing or a recreation viewing facility, not just an ice sheet.
Well, in fact, it's not even just a recreation. It's an anything that needs 5,000 seats.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Ibach?
Never mind, I'm good. Yep.
Done?
Yeah. I'll ask-
Councillor McIntosh?
The whole thing was built because the Cornwall Royals were getting kicked out of the Quebec League unless they had a new arena, so Ed Lumley pulled this off, and we got a convention center that included an arena. So we're talking more than an arena. It's an entire building, offices in it. Having said all that, I doubt very much of a major junior team would ever come back to Cornwall. But, so the building becomes really a special events building, doesn't it? Arena. It's, the Colts could easily play out of the Benson Center. I'm just thinking out loud here, because their crowds, you've got 4,800 empty seats. And do we have minor hockey playing there too? I'm just thinking, could we shut down that, not shut it down, but keep it just for World Juniors, the curling, the concerts? Would that reduce the cost of operating that building?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, it would certainly reduce the electricity consumption at the Civic Complex. I would say it would probably be a struggle to consolidate all the activity, the ice rentals, and move them all to the Benson Center. Because minor hockey does play there in addition to the Colts, but that would be the struggles to try and find the availability of ice.
Not much minor hockey left.
Their numbers are certainly trending down, but I would think our prime time slots, so weekday evenings and weekends at the Benson Center are fairly full.
It's a pretty expensive operation for a minor hockey. It costs us money to have minor hockey playing there.
That's right. The minor sports do get a 40% subsidy.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we could move it over to Benson somehow. It's a big facility to operate just for, recreational hockey. But I think like the World Juniors and that, I already had somebody from TSN called me, and they were setting up, asking about the building. But I think that in concerts, like when it first opened, we had a lot of that stuff. That's what that building's meant for, not for recreational hockey.
Just to follow up on that comment, is there an infrastructure plan for the building overall? Because, I mean, we're talking about the arena part, or the ice surface, but there's also the salons. That can be considered a premier location for a big fundraiser, wedding event, and yet the floors down there, the washrooms down there are not sort of keeping up with our other partners in town who provide that kind of service. So is there a plan around the rest of that?
Yes, there is. It is all part of the asset management plan.
Okay.
And so replacing things like windows and flooring and lighting are all included in there. And you will see, we have started some of the, with some improvements in the salons. Flooring's been done in the salons and some painting. But as well, you will see lighting and sound coming in coming years very shortly. Probably something with the main hallway space to access that area is rather dark. It's dark kind of brick and dark floor tiles. So I think you'll see something in the next year or two, a project to try and refurbish that space.
Mm-hmm. Just to respond to the comments from Councillor Mack, as elected officials, I think we probably are there regularly for events, not just sporting events. And so, it becomes a question as to how much what our plan is for the building. So I think that's important. The red seats, those were replaced when? So how old are they?
Those were done for the RBC Cup in 2008, I believe, 07 or 08. So
that was $500,000, wasn't it?
800,000.
I think it was closer to $1 million. And it was
800,000? Okay.
That's about right. And it was about an extra 1,000 seats were added for those.
And they're in good shape. They're not.
They're in good. Yeah, they're in good shape, and they were original, so they didn't replace any that increased the capacity.
Okay. I remember being a rookie councillor then, and Councillor McIntosh commenting on my vote on whether to support the expense of those seats. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I just want to, before I turn it over to Councillor Ubago as another question, I just want to thank the staff at the Civic Complex, the Ed Lumley Arena. The curling looked amazing. And, you know, there were sort of curtains, the black curtains that were added to make the space a little bit cozier, the perch for the commentators. Everything just looked fantastic. And so, yeah, we had a lot of comments about the blue seats for sure. But overall, the comments from people in the space watching were very pleased, and they were very complimentary about the staff at the Civic Complex. So I hope you take that back to them. Let them know that we're pretty proud of that.
We certainly will.
Okay. Councillor Abel, you had another question.
Yeah, thank you. It's the same question I was going to ask, then changed my mind because I was going to tie it into the next item, but you mentioned the lighting in the salons, so I thought I might as well bring it up now. I know I probably brought this up last year. I rent the salons for the work I do quite often. It's very dark in there. I've had breakfasts there where people come down and think everything's shut down and turn around and go and walk away. I know that there was some conversations about possibly painting the brick white. Is that something that could happen sooner rather than later? Much more affordable than changing all the lighting.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we haven't made any decisions yet. That's been suggested as a way to improve it. As well, the ceiling, I believe, is it's a dark aluminum.
It's a dungeon.
Panels, and again, we've explored that idea as well. Paint that to try and increase the light in the space. And we haven't, no decisions yet, but we all agree that it is a dark space that needs some additional light.
So nothing this year, though. So we're going to go another year without addressing that.
We have nothing in the budget to do this year, unfortunately.
And when the carts go by.
Oh my goodness!
And you're in one of the salons and you're like, what's that now? You can't hear anything until the helicopter goes into the kitchen. Yeah,
Yes.
it's quite something. Councillor Mack.
I just want to make a
Planning.
comment, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, somebody from TSN, a hockey producer, was in town, and he wanted to go over to the complex and looked at Steve Dryden. He was amazed, because he was here for 3 years in the early 80s, and he had a lot of good things to say about the way what work you've done on it. I think he sent Bob and somebody else an emails saying it was, I'm back and really impressed with the building. So you've done a good job.
Well, thank you. We'll pass that on. I know in some of the OHL games the exhibition OHL games that we posted, again, a lot of that sentiment, people forgot it's there, forgot that we have a arena that size because, like I say, the Royals haven't been playing for so long. So
Yeah, those photos that you put on the windows, fantastic.
actually, that was the Hall of Fame
Yeah,
committee.
I was involved in
Councillor McDonald.
So I'm just going to comment, the cheerleading championships too is a really popular event there. I think fills the place. And I'm wondering, in your attempt to attract more people, if you're looking for figure skating groups too and competitions and that sort? I'm sure you are, eh?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Janice Robertson is doing a great job to
Excellent.
shake every tree and see what opportunities are there.
Yeah.
Again, the cheerleading, they seem to be very happy in returning.
Yeah.
The Cirque du Soleil was a great event.
Yeah.
Again,
Have to
something
market
new
those
for the
seats.
facility that,
Great.
Anyone else? Thank you for ending on a Councillor Gardner.
I wouldn't mention, but Curling Ontario also was very, very pleased
Yes.
with the way the volunteers and the people looked after the curling for 3 years. The people I spoke to said they were really impressed by you guys, so congratulations.
Huge success. So thank you for ending on a positive note. You know, the criticism of the Civic Complex is only because we love it. We care. Next item.
is the Civic Complex parking lot lighting replacement project. We have 39 light standards in around the Civic Complex. They have reached their end of life and they are due to be replaced. We propose to replace them with new LED light fixtures that would save on electricity.
Councillor Ybarra?
Has there been any kind of calculations on energy savings switching to LED?
No, we haven't done a cost recovery analysis purely because the existing ones are due for replacement. It's not that we're replacing something that has another 10 or 15 years of life left in it. They warrant replacement, and so essentially we're just going with the new latest technology.
Right, good opportunity for that.
Anyone else? Next item.
The next item is the Benson Center Laser Ice Leveler. We recently installed a ice leveler on the Zamboni at the Civic Complex. I believe it was this past year has been its first full season of operation. And so what this leveler does, it controls the blade on the Zamboni to maintain an optimum ice thickness. So the compressors that we were looking at in a previous project, they're what basically keeps the ice cold. And the more ice that you have on that slab, the harder those compressors have to work. So if we can maintain that ice thickness to our minimum thickness, you're going to save on the electricity. Basically, those compressors don't have to work quite as hard. And then you can imagine, as everyone's seen a Zamboni clean the ice, they drive over the same area, particularly in the crease area, about a dozen times every time they do it. And every time they do it, it shaves a little bit and it shaves a bit, unless the operator is adjusting the blade with a wheel beside them. Now, because the adjustments are so minute, you can't do it necessarily manually to prevent from shaving too much. So what happens is those areas they hit all the time, you end up with too thin ice, and then we have to have staff come in and flood and build it back up. But now with this, operates a lot like a construction level, and it's always just trying to find this laser that's shot across the ice surface. So it's able to, when you drive across those areas, it lifts the blade up so it doesn't shave anything in those spaces. Anyway, we found it to be very successful at the Civic Complex, and so what we'd like to do is equip the 2 Zambonis at the Benson Center and all 3 pads with it for $60,000.
Comments, questions? Councillor Bergeron.
So you say this is already installed at the Civic. Was this a previous capital project?
I believe it was in the operating budget, as it was because it was just a 1 pad, it fell below the threshold for a capital project.
This is why we'll look at operating budgets after, but, I mean, I'm a hard no for this. This to me is the type of thing that when our taxes are going up, we just have to look at and say, there's no chance we're doing it. So personally, and I appreciate this is coming from a reserve, so it doesn't have a direct, but the next item is from the tax base, which I would support. So, have you looked at any other resurfacing technologies? I do know of companies in SD&G that make Zambonis that resurface ice as they go, that maybe the end goal here, which is a better ice surface and a better playing surface, is possible with a different type of technology.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, there is no other technology. There's essentially 2 major suppliers. So there's Olympia, which is the photo you see here, and Zamboni is the other brand, and both of them have this technology. It's the same Zamboni, it's just an automated control of one feature as the operator just can't make those adjustments, those fine adjustments. Now, the other is that we expect there'll be significant savings with this device, because what we've seen at the Civic Complex is we would have people use hoses in the middle of the night to flood and build up the ice where it's thin, and they haven't had to do that ever since we've bought this piece of equipment. So what we have seen a significant reduction in our I guess additional staff that we would have to bring in to do that.
So sorry, just to clarify, I wasn't asking if there were technology. There is a company in SD&G that does recycled ice resurfacing that saves quite a bit of money. I was asking more, like I know Olympia and Zamboni are the 2 main companies. This other technology that I know of, I think needs to be researched a little bit more. And so if you haven't looked at it, which sounds like Zamboni and Olympia aren't offering that same technology, to me, it's just enough of a flag to say, let's pause this for a year. I think it's something I would bring forward, that there is a way to solve this problem. without needing the funds here, and that it is a local company that can do this for us.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd be welcome to
Yeah.
hear that. We're not aware of any other companies that, there are other companies that make Zamboni-like equipment, but from my understanding, they all do the same thing, is shave the ice and flood it. Not to say that there isn't one out there that I'm not aware of, though.
No, this one recycles the snow, heats it up as it goes, and so the ice is permanently level. It's a retrofit, it's different, so I get why Zamboni and Olympia wouldn't broadcast that, but it is something maybe I'll bring forward as I'll send to you after this a little more direct, but it's enough to tell me, no, let's pause on this, and I'd like the next project to be from the reserve instead of this one.
Next item.
Outdoor bleacher replacements. We've got approximately 30 sets of outdoor bleachers located throughout the city. They are reaching their end of life and due for replacement. Many of them are just standard steel with wooden benches on them. So the steel has become corroded, the benches, wooden benches are rotten that require repainting every couple of years. What we propose is to replace 5 benches per year for the next 6 years for $40,000.
Comments? Item?
The next item is the outdoor pool basin structural review. We've got 5 outdoor pools. Mattice Park, Reg Campbell Park, St. Francis de Sales Park, St. Joseph's Park, and Terry Fox. They're existing concrete pool basins that require fairly extensive repairs at the beginning of every season and repainting, a fairly costly annual maintenance that has to be put in. We would like to retain a consultant to do a structural review of these basins and perhaps come up with a more permanent, either a more permanent fix or perhaps sign a death certificate for the structure and say that we should look to replace and move on.
Discussion, Councillor Mack and then Councillor Bennett.
What's the lifespan of a pool?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think these pools were installed in the late 60s, early 70s, I believe, and so they're approaching 50 years, and I think they've exceeded that life expectancy.
I remember the issue of the Riverdale pool being closed, and I think you were the only one reported against it.
I was, thank you.
It was decided to shut them down and go to
Splashback.
Splashback, which Councillor Towndale pushed. Got it. Is that the way to go, splash pads?
Through you, Madam Mayor, possibly. They're very popular, particularly with the young children. However, they don't, you can't, the children don't learn to swim there, essentially, and some of the, I think the usage numbers at pools like Riverdale were a bit on the decline, largely because of the neighborhood. Look at an aerial photo, lots of backyard pools.
Yeah.
A lot of the children have access to them. Some of these other areas, we're hoping that this recreation master plan that we've got out for RFP now, we're asking our consultant to also review the usage data of these 5 pools and try and identify, you know, the neighborhood needs for them.
Yeah, I go by St. Francis Pool, you know, in summer 5-6 times a day, and it really, I think it attracts kids from not necessarily low-income families, but bottom middle-class families who don't have access to backyard pools like we do, and folks in Riverdale do. So, you know, maintaining these things is important to me, I think. So it's probably their key recreational activity in a hot summer day.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. Is there a reason why we don't use fiberglass pools that are much cheaper?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's the type of information we're looking to receive in a recommendation. They do have, we did have a company come and look at, they have it's a stainless steel panel with a PVC lining on it that could be installed within the inside of those structures. The price they gave us was a bit jaw-dropping, and so we decided to look at other technologies. But I think that is an alternative, or potentially whether we can repair the concrete such that it doesn't sort of spall off every season, and maybe look at some type of liner as well. Then it alleviates the requirement to paint it, and it hopefully keeps the water out of the concrete and stops it from spalling. Those are all potential remedies that might be suitable, but I think we're hoping to get a consultant and an expert opinion to sort of guide us.
I had read a few weeks back, I can't remember where, about fiberglass, these big giant fiberglass pools being used now instead of the cement, and it was cost reasons and more than anything else. It's cheaper when you install it, but the maintenance is much cheaper. So it just the picture of one was probably the size of this room. Like, it was ridiculous. So yeah, if there are consultants who's looking after that, that's great. I'd like to see that.
Councillor Hollingsworth and then Councillor McDonald.
Just maybe two quick questions. What's the time frame, assuming that this money is approved this evening or tomorrow or whatever, what's the time frame that we expect this consultant to be able to provide us with some information?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, we'd like to have information in time for budget next year. I suspect in order to do the assessment of these pools, they're going to require to do some testing on the actual walls of them, and so that'll have to either take place either before the season begins, if there's time, if not, at the end of the season when the water's pulled out of the pools. So ideally, we'd like to see it sooner than later.
Now, that being said, with regards to the Riverdale pool and the one that was on, I believe it was, 13th Street?
St. Teresa?
Yes. Did we, how do we decide that those were done? Like, why is it we need to have a consultant to do these pools? Did we have a consultant look at those pools as well, or do we just decide as a corporation on our own to say, we think they're shot, that's it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it does predates my time in this position, but my recollection or understanding was that there was no consultant review of the pool basin structure, but with the concerns were that it needed some significant money, I think, on the filtration side of it.
Okay.
Was one issue, but then the other issue was the usage numbers were less than some of these remaining pools.
Right.
So that, on that note, they're largely it's about recreational use, just general use, or about lessons.
I understand the rationale. I
some
will not
pools are-
say what I really think at this point in time,
Right,
because it
so
won't be.
some pools like
But that's-
Riverdale were largely used for lessons,
I
not
know
so
that-
much for general use. And the one that Councillor McIntosh refers to is general use is very, very high.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I second Councillor McIntosh's sentiments about the absolute necessity of us maintaining the outdoor pool system. And I've got two questions relating to it. Sometimes when I drive by a pool in the summertime and I see it's closed, and I've inquired, and apparently the schedule is set up so that there's certain time for teen swim, certain time for family swim, certain time for whatever. And it seems to me, sometimes I see tons of kids in the pool, and then I see nobody, and I figure it's because the kids who really want to use it are being locked out for somebody who isn't using it. So I don't know how often you review the scheduling, because I think that if you've just got one or two people in the pool or nobody in the pool, you should change the rules, like make it just wide open so that all those kids who want to swim and who were swimming half an hour prior and got thrown out because it wasn't their turn anymore, that I think it should be much more open. In fact, I'd even serve on a committee like that. I'd go around to pools in the summer and just see, when it's empty. And the second thing is having to do with the swimming lessons. I know that kids who can't afford swimming lessons, and I don't care if somebody says it just, I don't know what it is, $25, $50, whatever it is, the family can't afford it. So a lot of kids don't swim, and I know that apparently if people submit to some sort of a means test, they can ask for their kids to be admitted to swim lessons. Am I right here? And I just want to know how many people know about that and use it, because I think when I hear people say, well, not that many kids signed up for swim lessons, my God, go and get them. Like, they want to swim, and they probably don't know they can. You know what I mean? So, that's it. Mr. Fothrop?
Through you, Madam Mayor, fortunately, I don't have those numbers handy to see who accesses our recreation fee assistance program, but we do have one available, and probably don't do as good a job as we potentially could in publicizing that.
Yeah, it would be nice to publicize it more, for sure. Did you hear that, Ms. Meldrum? Thank you. Yay.
Councillor Bergeron, then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. First question, as always, is why would this be from the tax base and not from a recreational reserve?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The Recreation Facilities Reserve is just that. We've started life cycle costing for our assets for the facilities and the equipment in the facilities. We have not done so yet for our parks and the equipment in our parks. So we're moving through our long-term financial plan and we'll get there. But we don't recommend taking money from a reserve when it hasn't been contributed to the reserve in the first place. So our facilities have been contributing to that reserve, and therefore they have access to the reserve.
Thank you. I do have some similar comments to swimming facilities that aren't for budget time that will be coming this year. I look at things like Access Gatineau and different types of membership passes and stuff that I'd like to explore as a council. But as it relates to this, we have 5 pools and it's $60,000. It's about $12,000 a pool. Are we expecting each pool to come back with this pool requires this amount of work, and we have the discussion, shut it down, or it's worth putting in? Is that the end goal we're getting here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. Well, we're expecting this to be step one of a multi-year program to hopefully improve the condition of these pools such that we don't have to do the level of maintenance work on them every spring.
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Grant.
I really don't want to talk about this very much because Councillor Grant and I took a beating over the Riverdale pool. But at the end of the day, it was no longer feasible to repair it. The costs were too high. And there was a report at the time that came out that there were fewer and fewer swimmers every year. And that is what ended up closing the Riverdale pool. That's it. I don't want to talk anymore about it.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Talking about learning how to swim, I learned how to swim. A friend of mine pushed me in the canal, and I then we had Central Park was the only swimming pool at that time, and you had to fight for your space there if you wanted.
Sure.
So I just wondered, do we collect numbers on number of people that swim in our current pool?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do. We do keep numbers on the enrollment in lessons as well as the public swim counts.
Would it be possible to get those numbers? I know when we talked about the Riverdale pool, we talked about per capita wise, we had more pools than Kingston did. I think Kingston had 1 and we had 9 or 8. So I think we have an abundance of pools, or I'm not saying we should shut them down, but I think we should look at those numbers and say, we're getting a bang for our buck here, and so I would, before I vote for this, I'd like to see those numbers first.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we have those numbers. We can send them to council.
Thank you.
That you can send by email fairly quickly.
Yep. In addition to.
Yes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, but in addition to one thing we haven't talked about here is having lifeguards. And getting lifeguards is a challenge as well. So I think the recreation master plan that's going to be redone will help decide, where we should maintain pools and so on. But the truth of the matter is that trying to get lifeguards to all of these pools is getting to be challenging.
Any further comments? Councillor McDonald?
We have to remember, there are no public beaches in Cornwall.
I'm not suggesting we want to close anything. I'm
No,
just
no.
saying-
No, we're not taking it that way,
But
Mr.
we
Wells.
don't want them to
City
continue to
wants to
swim
close
in the
pools.
river as they do, down at the fort.
Right.
Any more comments? I'll just say, because I'm going down memory lane with Councillor Mack here and Councillor Gardner, is I have never voted and never will vote for the closure of an outdoor pool. So I'm on record, never vote for it. Just like I won't vote for the closure of Big Ben, I'm on record. Kids use it, not going to vote to close it, so consistent. Can we do one more?
Yes.
Yes? All right. Next one.
Next is the Marina 200 above-ground fuel tanks. As most council's aware, in 2019, we received an order from the Federal Department of the Environment to remove the existing underground fuel tanks at Marina 200. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans complied, and they removed the tanks as they belong to them. Now, they have informed us that they have no interest in partnering with the city to share the cost of installing tanks back on the site. They have given us approval in principle to proceed with the planning and design of a new tank, above-ground tanks. So this past year, the marina operated without fuel service. We did get complaints.
That was not good.
We did get a number of complaints from largely transient boaters who were a bit of a destination for resupply. They leave from Montreal or Quebec, and they're on their way to the Thousand Islands quite often, and they plan to resupply here, particularly diesel. The diesel fuel isn't very available along the river, and so we were a popular destination for the bigger boats to refuel. So we did see a drop in our transient boat usage or dockage this summer as a result.
Councillor Grant and then Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. What is the size of that you're looking at capacity-wise?
We are looking at ideally 2 10,000-liter fuel tanks, one for gasoline, one for diesel.
One of the items I heard from the voters that are in there is we don't advertise well enough for a lot of the voters bypass that because they go up the other way. And it's wondering if we can look at a strategy about advertising that we do have fuel, so it gets people in, we get possibly docking fees, and people visiting our community more. And I think there should be a strategy there for advertising that we do have that fuel and a beautiful marina.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are sort of off the beaten path a little bit in that the traffic heading up the St. Lawrence River or down the St. Lawrence River are traveling on the other side of Cornwall Island, and quite often they're not coming on the north side, so they don't see us, or unless they know we're there. But you're right, we probably could do a better job of promoting it as a destination.
How you do it, but it would be interesting to.
Years ago, apparently, there was signage on the east end of Cornwall Island installed, but I guess it was short-lived. It didn't last. It didn't last very long.
Well, now we're partnering with MCA.
Go to Kings.
Looking at how can we help each other in that respect. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett and then Councillor Towndale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, the transient boaters, do we track where they're from, email addresses, like as surveys? Have we ever done that kind of thing?
Through Madam Mayor, I know we do track the numbers. I don't know whether our staff there track their location and where their destination that they're heading to.
Right. Just a suggestion, as we do it at our store for advertising purposes, is postal codes. When you come in, you mind giving me your postal code so that we know where to advertise in what areas to let people know that we're here. And even if you can get, 2 questions, we your email address so that we can send out blasts. Hey, this is going on. More importantly, if we had that information right now, we could send out a blast saying, hey, we got gas back, and then these people back this year. So it's going to take us a couple of years now to. Now I know there's privacy issues, but there is ways around those as well. But at the very least, if we're going to advertise, or put the word out, then we should know where most of these people are coming from to make it more effective.
Councillor Towndale and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Grant touched on what I want to talk about, advertising once we have fuel back up and running at the marina, because it is a complaint that I heard, and I know that it is something that was missed. But Councillor Bennett raised an interesting point in terms of tracking. But one thing, for example, the airport does is that the card lock system there with the fuel requires you to enter your tail number when you fuel up. So I know there are boat registrations. I don't know if that's something that might be considered when they buy it. But the other reason for that was because there was an incident at the airport where there was a question of whether a particular plane had filled up on fuel that may have been contaminated. So it also tracks that in case something happens, that you can see who bought what at what time, just in case of that. So that might be something to consider as well. And because of that, it's stored, like that is a privacy issue, but the way it's stored keeps it, it's separate, it's in its, in an area that's not usually accessible, it's only brought up if required, that kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bergeron and then Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you talk to me about timelines? We have in the budget quite a bit of revenue from this in 2020. I'm assuming May long weekend, this is installed and ready to go. And side note, while you're answering that, it says back side of the building. So are you talking east or south? Like boats will have direct access to this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, regarding the location of these tanks, there's very little real estate on that point. And there are strict regulations as to how close a fuel tank can be to the water's edge. So that's when I answered Councillor Grant's question about the size. We hope to fit 10,000 liter tanks there. It's going to be a tight squeeze on that east side of the building. Unfortunately, the east side is the only really viable location without impacting what's already very restricted number of parking stalls there. So it's not the prettiest thing to look at when you enter from the water. So that'll have to be.
You need gas, it's pretty to look at no matter what color it is.
Yeah. We'll probably look to do some sort of fencing or something around it. As well, we look to have like a hose reel sort of system similar to what you see on this photo, and so that it retracts back up to the building, as opposed to before we had pumps located on the dock, which are a bit problematic when there's ice damage, and some of the issues we've had in the past couple of seasons with water levels have caused damage to docks at the facility. And so just as having them above ground and having the fuel located as far away from the water as we safely can without being too inconvenient, from an environmental perspective, is good due diligence.
Thank you. I'm sure there's a lot of rules that I'm not aware of, but
Timing.
yeah, no doubt.
Apologize.
We're not diving into operating it right now, but the revenue figures that you came up with are based on the amount of fuel these tanks can hold versus number of boats that are there. Is that how that figure was?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the revenue was based on historical trends. So we've got that information from the previous operator who was kind enough to share it with us. So unfortunately, it's not a revenue generator. It's popular with the transient boaters. A lot of the local boaters know that fuel is sold cheaper across the water in Akwesasne, and so a lot of the locals choose to do that. And so the fuel sales aren't great, but it's a necessary amenity to draw these transient boaters to our facility. Regarding timing for installation, I'd be very hesitant. I wouldn't expect that we'd be able to have this operational in time for the May long weekend. Because it's federal land, whatever our designs are going to need to get approved by the federal government, and my concern is that their review time certainly might impact this project. And the other, we'd have to understand as well, we were forced to remove the fuel tanks this past season during the boating season. We were sort of fortunate that things were delayed, and it took place in September when things are winding down. Originally, they told us it was going to happen in August. And so again, we want to be somewhat conscious of the fact that for our seasonal boaters that spend most weekends there, that we wouldn't want to disrupt their summer too much.
Councillor McIntosh and then Councillor Gardner.
Can't imagine operating a marina without a fuel. My brother operated a marina for 45 years, so I got some kind of knowledge about what it takes to bring boaters in. Find it strange that, here, we're using federal gas tax to buy fuel. At a federal facility. So the feds own the marina, and we're the tenants.
That's correct.
I'm trying to picture a landlord going to his tenant saying, I'm taking your oil tank out, and you're on your own. Isn't that part of the agreement?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the fuel tanks in their perspective are a liability. I mean, they don't use the fuel themselves. And again, there was a bit of a disagreement at the beginning as to who the tanks belong to. They seemed to think that they belonged to us. And we're fortunate to be able to demonstrate that, no, they were the original tanks that they had installed at the original construction date. And so, in fact, most of the DFO harbors throughout the province, the fuel tanks have long been removed because of that liability.
Yeah, several marinas have been told, last year were told they had to replace their tanks. It's not unique. As for the location, yeah, it is in a strange location because you're way off the beaten track when it comes to boaters, because they're going on the other side of the island. There's a well-known marina in Akwesasne that sells fuel a lot cheaper than everybody else. So it's like a magnet, attracts a lot of boaters. But on the Raisin Region Conservation Authority, we operate that, and fuel sales are quite good, quite good. So, you know, people aren't necessarily going to Akwesasne to buy their fuel, at least when it comes to the RCA marina. But anyway, you gotta have fuel, can't operate a marina without, with transients coming in and out, so it's gotta be done. But I'm just surprised the attitude of the landlord saying, you know, we're taking your tank out, you're on your own. It just doesn't add up.
Anybody else on the first round? Councillor Gardner, you cancelled. Second round, I'll go to Councillor Towndale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak a second time. I'll be brief. I just want to touch on that point. Actually, Councillor McIntosh touched on this a little bit. But, you know, from what I recall, the previous operator was selling fuel for only 5 cents, a markup per liter, which is not really viable if you're talking about a profit on fuel. That's just a token gesture, quite frankly. So, I mean, I think I can see why they would say there was no money there. And while Akwesasne does have areas that sell fuel cheaper, people don't start up their boat just to go get fuel and come back. It's not a thing. Talking with boaters, it's not really a thing. So, I mean, we need to have fuel. Councillor McIntosh is right. Well, maybe some do, but the ones I talked to, the ones I spent time with this past summer,
The guy I know does.
they want it at the home marina. So, I mean, we need to have it. I think we just need to look at how we price it and everything else. So, thank you.
I like that. It's not a thing. Anybody else?
Can I ask one question, sorry?
Councillor Gardner.
I'm surprised nobody has asked what our loss was in terms of income because we didn't have any fuel last year. What's the estimated amount of money that it cost us?
Through Madam Mayor, I don't have the total dollar amount. I do know our transient counts were down. We were happy, but the overall revenue collected seemed to be break about even compared to previous years. But that's because our seasonal dockage rates our usage went up. We seemed to get a number of new customers that seemed to be coming from other marinas within the area that came to us. So we probably, I think we had, in past years, it's been about 80 or 90 seasonal boaters.
Okay, well, what's the dollar value?
This past year, I don't have the dollar value handy, but I know this past year we had about 110, 150 seasonal boaters. So that number went up, but it was the transients that went down that's the ones expecting to get fuel here.
Did the marina lose money?
Yes. Yeah. Annually, it costs money.
We just don't know how much at this point.
I could, perhaps after, I could go through
Sure.
my binder here and find a number after supper, if you like.
That'd be fine.
But there
After
must be a
supper.
number from.
Key word, supper. You're just trying to get us to break. So, and it was the Ministry of the Environment that required that who was it that served me with the notice, by the way? I had to pick that up here at City Hall.
Yes, you're right, it was officers with the.
Yes, dressed
federal-
officers,
yeah,
yes.
They showed up at my office first.
You weren't there, so they came to me.
Or you sent them to her.
It was the Federal Department of the Environment.
Okay, all right. All right, no further comments on this?
I didn't say, do you know who I know?
Break time? All right, thank you, folks. We'll take a break.
2 minutes.
Yeah, let's try and come back for 6, which means 6:10, I know. Okay, welcome back, folks.
Can't make that bigger, by the way.
So, council, you've received your,
Partial.
you've received your, part of your agenda for next Monday's council meeting. So there was a little bit of a glitch, so the in-camera portion is what you've received, but tomorrow you will receive the full council agenda.
That's in camera.
That's just in-camera. That's pretty thick. All right. You're still here, Mr. Dixon?
Why not? Give you a
So
couple
we'll
reasons.
get back on the agenda, and we're still in city facilities, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Fothrop.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I introduce the next project, we did look up the costs for the marina this past year, and it cost the city $66,000 net to run the marina this year, which is down slightly from years previous.
Mm-hmm.
And the revenue, of course, was, the revenue was...
No, our revenue was up for seasonal dockage, down for transients, but transients only stay for a night or two, and so the increase in seasonal dockage is where we've been fortunate.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Boileau, did you have a comment?
No.
Just a chuckle?
I think I need a flu back.
Okay. Mr.
Okay.
Fothrop.
The next project is our outdoor tennis court lighting replacement and court resurfacing. We have 5 parks throughout the city, Broadview, Terry Fox, Riverdale, Mattice, and Kinsman, that have 2 tennis courts at each location. The condition of the light fixtures is poor, and requires replacement. We propose to replace with new LED fixtures that are much more efficient. The other is the surface. It's an asphalt surface with a colored coating on it that has faded and is getting due for a replacement. So this would be a year one of a 5-year project to look at upgrading the lights and the court surface one at a time over the next 5 years.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got a request last summer from a pickleball player, a very aggressive pickleball player.
Goodness.
Had her
My-
paddle in her hand when she was talking.
Their name's
Goodness.
Sylvia?
No, no. Anyway, they, the request came, and I'd already talked to Jamie about it, the request came to have one park, one tennis court dedicated for pickleball.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's always arguments between the tennis players and the pickleball players about the lines. And so they want Terry Fox. And what I was gonna suggest is, we say that's over a 5-year, perhaps that could be one of the last ones we do, only because we have to wait for the master plan to talk about tennis courts, et cetera, right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you're right, the pickleball community is advocating strongly for a dedicated pickleball facility. Currently, they share the tennis court space. We have installed lines at Broadview Park and Terry Fox Park, and some dedicated days as well. Because previously what would happen is they would lower the nets, because the pickleball nets are an inch or 2 shorter. So they would lower the nets, play their game of pickleball using the tennis court net, but then the tennis court net is left low, making it unusable till the next day when staff arrive to raise it back up again. So we've established 2 days a week at Broadview and 2 days a week at Terry Fox, so that they can get 4 dedicated days a week where there is a pickleball facility for them. However, it's not ideal with respect to the lines. The 2 tennis courts turn into 8 pickleball courts, 4 for each, and so they can get quite a bit of activity going on one court or at one location at a time. But it is something we could look at. The only concern is what happens when you take a facility away from a particular user group. There will be some repercussions from the tennis playing community that happens to like going to Terry Fox or Broadview or whichever one it is.
Well, all I know is the population of the pickleball players is increasing
It is.
as this population gets older, because mostly seniors. So, being on a senior-friendly community committee, that's kind of an initiative that we have to see what functions we could have, or facilities we could have for seniors. So I think it's something to look at, and hopefully we can do that, and we can delay that, Terry Fox till one of the end, if that's possible.
Through you, Madam Mayor, you're right, Terry Fox would be one of the last ones we do, as we did do some improvements to the surface there. As well, we would look to have our consultants who are doing the recreation master plan to make a comment regarding that. We'll likely have some new parks to be developed in the coming years as well. Particularly one for the Bellwood Ridge subdivision. There's one like looming there. And then that might be a good amenity also to add at a new park as well, instead of taking it away as an alternative.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Any further comment? Councillor Towndale, Councillor Bergeron.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. More in relation to resurfacing of courts in general as opposed to just tennis, but one thing, this has come up, I think it was mentioned, I feel like a class year said it, but I can't remember that exactly, but I've seen it myself. The basketball court at Matisse Park is actually in pretty rough shape. It's just regular asphalt as opposed to, I know at some point, I think our basketball courts resemble the tennis courts in terms of the coloring on the surface. I could be wrong. But it's uneven, and I see it being used in the summer a lot, so I'm hoping that's something that can be addressed sooner than later. Just because it is used, and Matisse Park is one of our busiest parks. So.
Any comment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the basketball court at Matisse Park as well. I believe Alexander Park's another one. It'll be coming forward in the next 1 or 2 years, likely, for some work.
Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. Can I get a breakdown of the difference between the LED and the resurfacing costs in this?
I don't have the numbers handy, but I believe the tennis, oh yeah, perfect, thank you, Neil. The tennis court refurbishment or resurfacing is $60,000 and $50,000 for the lights.
So I would consider the resurfacing as a project here, but I'm a hard no on this as it's presented. This again is coming from the tax base. Our taxes are going up. I just see this as low priority in terms of this budget. You're talking about you said a 5-year plan, so this is $110,000 per location, right? So this is a 5 years, 560,000, 500.
Correct.
It's a big project. So I'll make a note, but I'm a hard no on this one.
Anyone else?
I didn't,
Councillor-
I wonder if Eric could just
Councillor
repeat
McIntosh?
what you just said.
I'm a hard no on this. It just doesn't add up for me.
The whole package.
Yeah, I would consider the resurfacing maybe in next year's, but taxes are going up. I don't see it as a high priority.
Taxes are going up next year too.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Sorry.
I heard that.
The mics are on.
Well, it's true.
Yes,
Sorry.
it is.
Anyway. Oops.
Oops. Any other comment on this item? Councillor Mack, sure.
When you put off, was the resurfacing, you want to put off or the light?
Are you directing the question to Mr. Falco?
No, I'm directing through you to Eric.
That's a question.
You are a no on which one?
I'm a hard no on the whole project,
Oh, okay.
but if I had to pick,
That's fine. When we put off like resurfacing, how bad, I mean, you're talking 5 years. How much more would it deteriorate? I guess that's the question I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's a good question. You're right. The longer you wait to put it off, the asphalt surface will crack more. So as part of the resurfacing, they use a fiberglass tape to cover the cracks, to sort of bridge them before they reapply their surface. And so if the longer you wait and the more it deteriorates, it may come to a point where we're advocating for new asphalt or a removal of the court.
Has to be done eventually.
Eventually, it should be.
Next year, the year after. Okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Hollingsworth and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question with regards to the resurfacing. If we didn't resurface this year, and are there cracks in the surface right now?
Yes.
Of that court. So we don't resurface. There's cracks in the court. Somebody while they're playing, rolls an ankle or injures themselves, and they can somehow determine, like, are we facing, maybe not yet, but as the cracks in the court become bigger, are we potentially facing some liability that we haven't maintained it properly?
Madam Mayor, yes, I would say we would be. Certainly not at that stage yet. Now the cracks are
Negligible.
they're separated, but, you know, it's not a trip edge. It's separated, but they're still level with one another. But if that's not addressed and we wait too long, that crack will widen up and water gets in and ice forms and it starts to crumble and you get a little pothole or
Right.
where someone rolls an ankle, and you're right.
We're responsible to maintain our courts or put a fence, a lock on them saying closed for season,
That's right.
one or the other, correct? Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
That was the point I was going to make.
Thank you. Councillor DePel?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Frother. So when, like, how often would we do these? This is a 5-year plan, so like.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the courts weren't resurfaced previously all at the same time. They were done, the same thing, a gradual replacement. The last one that was done was Riverdale, and I believe that was about 15 years ago. So I'm going to say probably Kinsman, which is the one we're looking at here. We're probably looking at more like 20 years ago.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments? Next item?
Next item is the Benson Center outdoor play structure. We're proposing an outdoor play structure for the front of the Benson Center. We get quite a few number of children that are at the Benson Center, usually there to watch a sibling participate in the sport, and looking for just some recreation activities for the children, to keep the children busy while not charging them a fee for some unstructured play. Common at some other facilities like Maxville and Akwesasne. So we're proposing to put a play structure out front where we've kind of got a collection of trees planted. And we'd look to put some permanent benches and garbage cans around the facility. And recycling bins.
Councillor Bennett, Towndale, Grant, Gardner.
Oh my God.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Fothrop. The newer play structures we have, like at the Glenwood Park, they're made to be more accessible to people with physical limits?
That's right, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you this question because this is gonna appear a few times. I wanna ask it every time. Can we look at the cost of a wheelchair swing? Because there's some kids that will never get on a play set. And I think if we had, this is a fairly highly visible area, and I think so is Glenroe Park. And I think if we looked at least putting 2 in our city, that the kids that are never gonna have a chance to get on there will have a chance to get on there with everybody else.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have, our new play structures, we do have accessible components. However, they're not 100% accessible as there are stairs. Now, they do also have swings for people with accessibility challenges. However, they do require assistance to get in. The chair does not fit in them. It was proposed by another group for a chair or a swing where the wheelchair could roll onto it.
Yes.
And we had our park staff review it. And the park staff, we have to do inspections of these play structures, or it's a certification that we send them to get training. And they reviewed it, and they did not find it to be suitable. That they had some now not to say that there aren't other products out there that might be suitable, and we'd certainly be very interested in if there is a suitable product in incorporating that into the design. But however, we aren't aware of any. The one that was proposed was deemed to not meet the safety requirements of this certification.
They exist, I've seen them, so, and I'm no expert, so maybe where they are weren't 100%, but any news story I've seen on it, or whatever, there's no denying the smile on those kids' faces, right? So I think let's do a little more research and see if we can't find a suitable wheelchair swing. So I think we should look as hard as we can on this.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we'd be happy to research it, and again, if you are aware of any locations that do have installations, please bring them to us, and we'll reach out to them as well to get that information.
Thank you for that. Councillor Towndale and then to Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. In terms of the Ben Center, like, is there a busy season for it? Like, would you say, for example, winter would see more use of the facility because of the ice rinks and the number of hockey teams that play there, or is it kind of constant throughout the year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are some lulls in between some of the seasons, but I would say it's fairly busy throughout the summertime. Our field house is very well used. Lots of demand from various groups, whether it's soccer, football, you name it. There's a number of activities that take lacrosse that takes place on it. So I would say it's pretty busy year-round.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The reason I bring this up is because last time this came to council, I think it was the end of last term, I had put forward a motion that was supported by council to take this play structure and put it in a local park, like a neighborhood park. And the reasoning for that was because we are, it's the next project touches on it, but like, we're currently upgrading play structures in neighborhood parks to either be fully accessible or because they're falling apart or whatever it is. And to me, like, I understand what the concept is behind this, and I understand there's a need for this, but the way I see it is that, you know, we have neighborhoods where people live 24/7. They're not visiting a facility for, you know, maybe it's half an hour, maybe it's several hours. But in their backyards where these parks are, I feel it's a better use of that money to upgrade those play structures first and make sure those are taken care of before we build a new structure at the Benson Center. That's just my take on it. Last time council supported me on that. I don't know how it would be this time, but something I'm going to consider as we finish this budget cycle towards the end. I'm going to be thinking on that, and I might make that motion. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
That's fine. Councillor Grant and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Will this be utilized year-round?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not likely. During the winter months, we typically will tie the swings up to the top, as it's not, we don't police tape off our play structures, but when they're covered in snow and they don't, that's when they don't see much use at that time.
Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Bergeron.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was going through the budget last week, and one of the notes I made about these facilities is liability, and how are we insured, or what's our liability there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are covered under our city's overall policy, but we do have certified staff that do receive training to do regular inspections of them, to ensure that any defects are noted in a timely fashion, such that we reduce that risk and liability as much as we can.
So those play structures, let's say at the Benson Center, you would have somebody out there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not on a permanent basis, no.
Just check
It would be on a routine, a routine inspection would happen and a report would be made noting any issues that needed to be addressed.
And the reason I asked that is because if the parents are inside watching another kid play, I've got an issue with the little ones out there on the play structures and nobody watching them. And that's all I have to say about that.
Mr. Fothergill?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, I guess our neighborhood parks I guess would be no different. I mean, there are certainly parents that do accompany their children, but there's no requirement for parent supervision.
Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. First question, assuming this passes, would a fence be included there, because that's a high traffic street there. There's buses, there's cars parked where the location seems to be. Would a fence be included in the east section of this expo?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we weren't going to propose a fence. This area was picked because it's fairly high traffic, visible out front. The north side of the Benson Center has been, its original design allowed for soccer fields to be placed there, so we don't want to infringe or encroach on that space, and want to preserve that for that purpose.
Next question, and it was kind of touched on, the Benton Center sees most of its activity in the winter. Why wouldn't we look at slides and things that would work in the winter? You can have leggings on, schools have all these things. Why wouldn't that be considered as part of this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, like I said before, it is quite busy year-round. Yes, hockey is a big activity that happens there, but there is quite a bit of activity that happens there during the summertime, and we are fairly confident. I mean, aside from the play structure at Lamoureux Park, a play structure in this location we're confident would be one of the better used ones in the city, just with the traffic.
So, but to that point, you're talking about summer traffic. Why wouldn't we look at equipment that could also be used in the winter generally?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there's fairly limited amount of winter activities. Like a slide would require a hill or quite a bit of space. One thing we are looking at in the future would be potentially an outdoor skating area. We had a group who was looking to do a pond hockey tournament where the soccer fields go, so we had a water source installed with the intention of creating a sort of a linear skate closer to where the tracks used to be on 7th Street. But as far as other winter activities, I mean, we're open to ideas, but unfortunately none come to mind that seem suitable for the location.
Okay, thank you. Last question, this is federal gas tax money. Would the gas tax be able to cover resurfacing tennis courts?
Madam CFO?
Yes, that would qualify under the gas tax program.
Thank you.
Councillor Mack?
I was just wondering why the
Yes.
federal gas tax covers the play structure here, but the playground structures we're coming up to is taken out of tax base.
Madam CFO?
Next, the playground structure where, on page 63.
Correct.
That's on a replacement schedule, so it's being presented to council as it has been in the past.
Not new.
Councillor Hubert?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know I'm a lot closer to my childhood than the most of you around this. But
Thanks.
I'm closer to my second.
you guys were picking at me at supper, so just. But I do recall playing on play structures in the dead of winter just as much as in the middle of the summer. Maybe the swings are tied up, but everything else is just as well used. And so I think, and like it was mentioned, this facility is packed at any time of the year. So I think the kids will love this in the middle of winter instead of being cooped up inside. So really supportive of this.
Any other comments
I
or
remember
memories
those.
from
I
your
remember
childhood?
Ready
to entertain? This is where the big red chair is, eh? The EMARD chair that
Yeah,
kids love, and
that's right, and I mean,
and
that's
they're
part,
looking for stuff to do, and they're just hanging out at that big red chair.
that's part of the idea, is that they're hanging off of that red chair.
Right, yeah, they literally are.
constantly, Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Is that our chair?
Yes,
It was donated, wasn't it?
Okay, that's what
it was donated,
EMARD, yeah.
EMARD Lumbers.
they got their name on it.
That's right, big red EMARD chair.
Smart marketing.
Any other comments? Next item?
The next item is our bicycle path repairs. It's a $50,000 project. It's an annual project to just maintain our bicycle path inventory. This amount usually allows us to resurface anywhere from 1 to 1.5 kilometers of the path. This year, we do propose to add it to the area along Montreal Road where it was passed in last year's budget to replace a retaining wall that's on mostly on the water side. And there's 4 sections of retaining wall with large enough sections of bicycle path that separate that wall. So what we, instead of, in order to replace the retaining wall, that we're gonna have to excavate the bicycle path. So instead of having 4 sections of new bicycle path with sections of old bicycle path in between them, we think it's best to try and consolidate these funds and apply this money to ensure that we get one nice long section of new path that ages together at the same time.
Comments? Is this enough? Because this is a serious tourism attraction here.
Absolutely.
Like, it's central to what makes us great.
Based on the city's inventory of bicycle paths, we have about 40 kilometers or so, and it's probably getting to be, in years coming, should probably be looked to increase. I believe the original sections of bike path, which along Vincent Massey Drive with some of the original sections were just recently resurfaced, and I think they date back to the late 80s, I believe. So it's about a 30-year or so lifespan for it. So at 1 to 1.5 kilometers, we're probably for 50,000 getting a little bit closer to a 1 kilometer length. So it'd probably be time to look to start increasing that, but I think 50,000 is a decent number to allocate to this project, but in years coming, that might be something worth increasing.
Okay, thank you. Next item?
Next item is our playground structure replacement. So the previous recreation master plan had identified a need to replace structures every year to just maintain a current and updated inventory of structures. We have been replacing them on a pace of 1 per year. Now, we've been doing 2 per project every 2 years as a way to try and get a little bit better bang for our buck, and that we can purchase 2 from the same supplier, and then they do 2 installations at once. So this year, we're proposing Amy LeBlanc Park and Francis Gano Park for the play structure replacements.
Comments? I'd just like to go back to Councillor Bennett and Councillor Towndale's comments around accessibility and maybe reviewing and doing a little better in this area. I know that summer is short, so we get that, but that makes it all the more precious and all the more worth it to invest in activities that happen in the summer. So I'll look forward to Councillor Towndale and Bennett and Councillor Gardner following up on ideas that they may have around accessibility and just improving how the coverage. I know that when I traveled in the East End towards Sunrise Acres, there's a big park there. I don't know if it's on Walton or one of those parks where there's nothing going on, but there's tons of kids in that neighborhood. So I'm not always sure, if we shouldn't be looking at that again in terms of where the kids are. Okay, thank you. Next item.
Neil?
Justice Building HVAC replacement. There's a few key things here. The units are approximately 20 years old, so they're at their life cycle replacement. We're also looking at Cornwall District Heating, increasing their annual fee of $15,000. And units themselves cannot keep up with the capacity of air conditioning in the summertime. So we actually have sprinklers spraying the toilets, keeping cool to actually keep the building cool. So they're done. It's time to change them.
Comments? Councillor Bergeron.
Can you explain what you mean by the Cornwall District heating increasing, how that affects the need for a new HVAC?
Because they're increasing our, the rate structure is changing. It costs us an extra $15,000 a year. Our contract is up at this point. If we're gonna come off of Cornwall District heat, we need to supply another heat source to the building. So we've decided to go with natural gas.
Okay.
Which means we need all new HVAC systems.
This HVAC system meets that requirement?
That's correct.
Thank you. And in that building, we have police services, housing, a few other departments in there. What else is it in there?
Social
Area
services.
works, childcare.
I'm assuming they're all paying rent. Is that cost being distributed, or this is just for the whole building in general for facilities?
Mayor, this is for the whole building. It's being financed through the reserves.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Gardner?
So this is basically the same problem we had at the library, where we had to change the heating system because of, again, because of Cornwall District heating. Same thing?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Good, thanks.
What's the status on that file? The CDH, yeah, Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we did come to council previously and discuss the CDH contract. So that contract will end at the end of April 30th, I believe. So we've got a continuation for the winter months in order to allow for the project to proceed through the summer months so that we have heat by the end of September, I guess is typically what we aim for. So CDH has been notified.
Next item?
Next item is the Arts and Culture Center renovations. So we've got a $6 million project, which is combined of $1 million of community fundraising and $5 million, which could be funded from either a grant application or financed by the city. As everyone's aware, the city purchased the former BMO building at 159 Pitt Street for the conversion into a arts and culture center. In 2019, council approved the budget to retain a consultant to do the design for said renovation, and that design has been put out to RFP. We've received the proposals, which are currently under review, and we'll be bringing in a recommendation to council soon. And so we're expecting that design component to be completed later this year, which would then allow us to put this out to tender and advance the project.
Comments, questions? Counselor Hollingsworth, Counselor Gardner, Counselor Bergeron?
Wade right into it. So, you got $5 million. Are we coming up with $5 million? Is somebody else coming up with $5 million?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Fothrop.
We do have a funding application that's been submitted. I spoke to them yesterday to find out the status of that application, and they've advised me that it's still under review. And they'll let us know as soon as they've made a decision. And so if we are successful at getting the full funding that we've requested, the city's component of that cost would be 26.7%. Now, if we are unsuccessful, then potentially the city could be the only funder for the $5 million.
So 1.3 million would be our portion.
If we were to get the 2.6, or if we were paying 2.6%.
Okay, so here's what the question well, there's a couple of questions. First of all, what is it you're actually asking us to put in this budget? Because you got 5 million, so are we putting in 5 million? Are we putting in 1.3 million? Are we putting in 2.5 million? I don't know what I'm
Very good
committing
question. It'd be, I believe it would be financed by the city at the time that the expenses incurred. So there wouldn't be likely any funds required for 2020, but depending on the nature or our success with this funding application, it very well could be we're looking to finance $5 million for that component of the project.
Okay, so let me ask this question, I think, to the CFO.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number in our budget this year, in light of the fact that we don't really know what we're doing?
Madam CFO?
Currently in our budget, it's a $6 million project, so that's part of gross capital. No dollars are funded from the tax base. So we've funded $1 million from grant, $5 million from financing, hoping that we're successful with an application.
Okay, but if we're financing, somebody's gotta pay for that. correct? So it is coming from the tax base, just not
Correct.
$6 million up front, correct?
That's correct, but not in the 2020 budget. So once we have a debt schedule, once we borrow money, once costs have been incurred, it would be included in the operating budget for recreation services to pay that.
But there's nothing in the budget right now.
There is nothing in the budget.
And if we, do we have, all through you?
Of course.
Do we have like a timeline as to when we're gonna have to access that financing? Like, we know when we're gonna find out if we have any money or not?
We were expecting to find out any time now. The funding program had said we would be notified whether we're successful early in the new year, and so we're expecting that news any day. Now, they have not, there is no established, published timeline as to they'll make a decision as of February X. So we're waiting on that, but in the end, the design would be complete, which would take a good part of this year, probably to the end of the summer, possibly fall, and then they would look to tender that, and then when that tender price came in, we'd have an actual dollar amount that we know what the total cost is gonna be, but then that cost would be incurred in increments as it's built over likely a year plus, probably 12 to 18 months.
One last question, I think, Your Worship. When we started discussing this, one of the things that people kept, I guess, champions of the cause, when I would say, how much is it gonna cost to operate, they would say, well, we don't know until we get the design basically completed and until we figure out how our tenants or who's gonna be in the building. So, that being said, if I'm getting this right, you have a design now, correct?
No, we do not. We are in the process of hiring an architect that will complete that design. And that design, I'm saying, will likely be completed around end of summer, early fall. And then at that point, we would tender that design, which would give you the construction cost of the.
So you're asking council to commit to potentially up to $5 million worth of financing without knowing the operating cost or without knowing the design of the building currently. Is that making sense to me? Am I got this right?
That's right.
I will wait, Your Worship, until everyone's had their say, but I know what I think. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fothra.
Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Bergeron.
Basically the question I asked yesterday, but when we raised $1.2 million for the aquatic center, one of the issues that came up was that money, that $1.2 million, if we weren't able to raise the money from the province and the feds to go 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, that money that was raised by the fundraising would go back to the city and not to the people who had actually put the money in that fund. So my question is the ruling the same thing? Is if we raise $1 million and the funding doesn't come through and we don't do this, what happens to that funding money? I'd like an answer on that.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If individuals are making donations specific for a project, so the municipality is able to accept charitable donations, and if those donations are received for a specific purpose, and that purpose does not come to fruition or that project does not advance, those funds, in my view, based on history and experience, would have to be returned to the people that made those contributions.
See, I'd really like I understand what you're saying, but I'd really like an answer as to the reality of it, because I know with the aquatic center, that money would have stayed with the city. So I'd like somebody to check on that and come back with an answer as to where that funding would go if we didn't go forward with this Arts and Culture Center.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
You cannot, as a charitable organization, receive funds that are specifically directed for an intended purpose and use them for something else. So if that was an understanding at the time, I would counter that you however those funds were raised, there would have had to have been some type of communication with respect to how those funds would be utilized. If there wasn't the building of a pool, it would be redirected to another recreational facility. But when you're collecting specifically for an intended purpose, like the Arts Center, you cannot take those funds and redirect them to any other intended purpose. So we have, incidentally, there are some funds that I believe have been raised for the Benson Center that may have not been fully utilized yet, but they're earmarked for the soccer fields or the football fields, whatever that intended use was at the Benson Center. So those funds cannot be redirected, for example, to any of the other
But
items that we have at the
I'm not
Benson
saying
Center.
redirecting, what I'm saying is that money would, then, is going to stay with the city.
Can't do that. If
Okay.
it's been specifically raised for a purpose such as an arts facility, it cannot be redeployed to a recreation facility or to another city building. It has to be used for the intended purpose that it was raised for.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying redirecting. I'm saying, what happens to that money? If that doesn't come, if this program or progress, whatever this program is, Arts and Culture Center, doesn't happen, what happens to that money?
Through you,
And
Madam.
you're saying return, but you haven't told me that, you're sure that that's what happens? You're saying you can't be sent to another project, and I get that.
Right.
But during the time we did the Aquatic Center fundraising, we were told that if that project didn't go through, the money came to the city. It didn't say it was gonna go to another project, that the city would keep that money. So I just want a verification that that's not so, or that's so.
Madam CEO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure what you'd like me to do. If you want us to engage a professional fee to get an opinion on that, if you want us to consult with legal counsel, we can.
No,
But if the fundraising has been specific to this center, especially on Pitt Street, the Bank of Montreal location, because this is exactly what has been communicated via the fundraising group, then those funds need to be earmarked for improvements to that facility, consistent with the communication that would have gone through the fundraising group to raise those funds. If the project does not proceed, then those funds should then be reimbursed back to all of the individuals that have made donations, and we would have that information.
That's what I'd like guaranteed, but you don't have to go, you must be able to go to the province and say, okay, what happens, but there's gotta be somebody that knows.
So I would ask you to follow up then with the CFO
Okay,
to see
thank you.
if you can make that request for information, and Madam CFO will try and find an answer.
I'm not trying to stir up anything here.
No.
I know what happened at the Aquatic Center, and I don't want that to happen if this doesn't go through.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Understood. Councillor Bergeron, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I echo everything Councillor Hollingsworth asked, and for the same reasons. And I'm on the record as being opposed to the process here in terms of this project. Correct me if I'm wrong. Theoretically, if the feds and the province say, yes, we're a go, and $1 million is raised from our community, the city's contribution is about $300,000. Ballpark. If it's 1.3 million total, 26%. Because the community fundraise can count towards our contribution, correct?
Yes, it can. I'm calculating the 26.7% is 6 million would be 1.6 million.
Okay, so of the 1.6 million, $600,000 of that would be city contribution, no matter what, but worst case scenario, that's our contribution here that's being requested.
I'd say that would probably be the best case scenario if we were to get the fund.
I appreciate that, but we don't actually know the true cost of this because we haven't received the RFP back.
Well, the RFP doesn't produce the cost. The tender, whenever that design goes out to tender, that's when we'll see an actual cost from a contractor who's guaranteeing to build it for a specific amount. So right now, what we're working with is a budget, or an estimated budget that our previous consultant did when they reviewed this facility.
So if we approve this today, and the feds come back and say, sorry, and follow-up question to that, the $1 million that we have listed here, I think there's only 300 and some thousand dollars, maybe that's why I got confused with 300.
How much?
$300,000 in that fundraising reserve at moment, not what has been fundraised, but what is currently there. Where are we on that target?
Madam CFO?
Reserves shows a little lower than.
Currently in the reserve, there's just over $300,000.
Okay.
That has been collected.
Right.
But there has been pledges above that.
To what amount
I
roughly?
think we're around 620.
Okay, so progress.
Much progress.
Yeah.
Much.
Look, I get it. Now I've lost my point. Anyway, if we approve this today and the feds say no, we're on the hook for whatever isn't fundraised from the community.
That would be the city's component, yes.
If we don't approve it today and we just let the process go, the RFP that has been approved already and it comes back, would that not come to council as a separate item and be costed out for what it's going to cost?
I'm not quite sure of the process, actually, how will we reintroduce this project mid-year?
Madam CFO?
So mid-year without a budget being approved?
Correct.
So right now, we have an RFP that's out. That's actually, I think, part of this overall budget.
That's right, yes.
And so that will come to council, and from there, we hope to go out to tender to have it built. It is easier process if it's already included in our budget, but council at any time, as long as there's no change to our tax base, can move forward on the project.
And so, as I am listening, there is no change to the tax base on this one.
Correct.
So I would wait until we get full costed RFP back. I am a bit confused by that statement, though. The RFP from last year is part of this $6 million?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the previous study that was done by our consultants gave a range for the renovations to this facility, or the 159 Pitt Street. And so it did include up to $6 million, of which the design was an item within that. So the $300,000 that was approved in last year's budget theoretically could be in this $6 million as well, yeah.
Right. So why wouldn't it be 5.7 if it's already been approved?
Well, it very well could be. I mean, I guess in the end, we're working with an estimated, a budget estimate that's based on a very sort of high level, and that there's no design. So that it's $6 million, primarily because it's a round figure. I mean, you're right. You could have put it in at 5.7.
Okay, thank you. That answers all my questions. It tells me I would wait until it's come back and then bring it to council and we would vote on it separately from today. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just can't help but feel memories of when we were working on the Benson Center project, when I hear a lot of concerns and doubts and fears around the table. And I remember us proceeding, not blind, because we knew absolutely we were going to replace the arenas we were losing, and we hoped that we would be able to supplement them. And many steps of the way, we didn't know what the next day was going to bring. And like at one point, I remember we actually gained an extra rink because some federal money, the stimulus fund, just, you know, the tap turned on and the money came down and we were already in the project. So I think this is one of those times when we've just gone through quite a few dollars on sports facilities that we were happy to have in the book, and I full-heartedly support, but we can't be a one-activity town. We're growing up, you know? we need to develop our aesthetics and our culture as well. And so, even though I don't know what the RFP is gonna be, what it's gonna cost, and what the total project will be, and how much the feds are gonna give us, I know, and I've got great confidence in this city and its people, that we need this, and we're gonna get it. And I can certainly live with the uncertainty. And I want to thank you for putting it in the book, even though you're not asking for any money right now, because I think it's a good thing to keep this before people's minds, especially because so many people have invested in this project and are still investing. And it keeps it alive by having it before us here in the book, so thanks for that.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Were the Architectural Association of Ontario included in the design?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the RFP was open to both architects and professional engineers.
Thank you. Just for clarification, because I'm confused now about, if we don't get federal and provincial funding, does that mean that this project is dead, or do we go ahead and take the full burden, financial burden? Through whoever.
Madam CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So at the time of acquiring the site, looking at an arts center, if we go back a few years ago, there was actually another site that was identified as Civic Complex. This project came in significantly less. The location seemed to be ideal, was not available at the time when we were looking at the complex. And so council had decided to acquire and purchase the property. Working with council's strategic plan, the direction we've seen, it's our understanding that council is supportive of building an arts center in the downtown area. So we've been working through this project for several years now. There's an we were waiting to see as well through this process if there was an opportunity for grant funding. So that opportunity has arisen. We have submitted an application. I think we want to be optimistic and hopeful that we might be successful, but it was always intended from the beginning, if we were building this facility, that it was going to be financed. And the grant application process came through this process to be available to us to apply. If we had proceeded with the project and financed, that grant funding was still available for potentially, maybe we could have applied for another type of initiative for the municipality. So if we are not successful, then we would be telling council that the plan for the project is to finance. I understand some of council's questions, but when we're working through a project like this, we need to get design determined first, as what Mr. Fothrop had stated. Then we move on to issuing tender for construction, and off we go. So the costs right now are not fully known. This is a very approximate. If council does not want to move forward and approve this, part of, I think, our feeling on this is that we have acquired a building. We have had community fundraising on this project. So we have been working under the direction so far of council to move forward with this project. So I understand that there's still some uncertainty with the overall cost. The RFP, depending on the amount, would come back to council for approval. And I think the design is going to come back to council as well. We'd want to have that in a very open format. We'd want to share it that's a process that will undertake much consultation with the potential users of the facility, the community. There'll be a report that comes back to council, and then following that, then we'd start to get into the particulars to issue the tender for construction. And then once that's known, then we should be getting down to finalizing what those construction and overall project costs will be.
The reason I asked the question, because if you're fundraising, you have to be definite that this project's going ahead, because it's impossible to raise money. I know at the Benton Center, we raised $2.5 million because we said this project is going through no matter what. Could have been a lot of bluff there, but we said it was going through. I'll tell you, I hounded the minister a federal minister almost every day, when are we getting the money? When are we getting the money? When are we getting the money? And that's what you have to do. You have to hound these guys and push them to get this money. If it comes back at the end of the day, no, that's fine, then we go ahead with the project. But for the fundraising group, they have to know that we are going ahead with the project. And that's what we as a council have to decide. The dollars are in here, we're going ahead with the project. So let's make that decision and move on and give the fundraising group a chance to raise that $1 million. It's not easy.
Councillor McIntosh.
How much money have we got invested so far? Cost of the building, anything else that goes with it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the cost of the building was about 500, 450.
450, yeah.
And with we've got a $300,000 budget for the design. And then there's I think the annual cost, I think for utilities and that there are probably in the $25,000 range.
So we got about 800,000 invested. And I realize you could sell a building if you wanted to, but whether you get the amount. I thought the CEO was right. We did move ahead with this, and it's a go. It's pretty hard to back out of it now. You know, sort of like we've jumped out of the airplane. I do share some of my concerns with a couple of my colleagues about operational. We've never really figured out who's going to run this place. Do we hire one employee, 2 employees? You know, what the annual cost is going to be. I always remember a former CAO many years ago said, "Don't worry about capital, it's operation, guys. That's what gets you." When you go and borrow the money, you know what your payments are. You don't always know what your operational costs are going to be. And so that's a bit of a, I support the idea, but in the back of my mind, I'm saying, it's going to cost to operate this each year. And I haven't heard any real solid figures yet. So, but we're going ahead with this. Pretty hard to see us backing out of it now.
Any other comments? Councillor Abad?
I'm sure I'll have opportunity to debate the pros of this later. But I think just having this in the budget shows the community that we're ready, we're invested, and same comments that my colleague made, that, how can you fundraise for something when the city's not invested? So even though we're not really committing to anything, this shows good faith that we're in. We've jumped out of the airplane.
Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Grant's comments are pretty strong and they're accurate. It's true. Fundraising is not an easy thing, and then you run into this thing where you put a project in front of people and you try to raise money, and then you withdraw that project. They're not going to trust you again.
Yeah.
And that becomes an issue, because as the city grows and we evolve, there will be more projects coming forward. I don't know how large they will be in scope, quite frankly, because as we go forward, we are kind of improving ourselves and getting a lot of the key pieces in place, but there will be things down the road. So we do have to be careful on that point. I think Councillor McIntosh is right. Jumped out of the airplane, we're going this, and pulling it back now, it's not possible. I mean, I would prefer to get some more certainty from the higher levels of government. I think we all would here. I think there's no question of that. But at the end of the day, right now, this is a proposal to finance, right? It's just here. It's nothing in the tax base. This is something we worked forward to. I was talking to Councillor Bennett yesterday with the Culture Plan Committee, of which he was the chair before he was on council, and I thought that was an excellent example of a committee that fulfilled its mandate. I only sat on there for 4 years, but from where I started when I joined into the end, where they came out, and this is the product of that work. I know there's a lot more than that went into this, but I'm just using that as an example. I know there's a lot more key players that are behind this, so I'm not just trying to ignore people, but I'm using this as an example of something of how it's come. So, we have to follow through with this, and it's going to add a missing component that the city needs. Again, I think there's nothing wrong with saying we'd be more comfortable with having that higher level of funding in place, but that's kind of where we are right now. So, yeah, let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been kind of actively involved in this since 2010, and it was an election issue then. And we've been talking about it since then, and different people have gotten involved since then, and the process has been growing and growing and growing, and different groups have gotten involved. This community is now invested in this project. Different parts of this project at different stages have been already approved by this council, not necessarily this council, but the council before. The feasibility study that was done shows operation models. There's a few examples in there and cost estimates. So it's not like we're going into this completely blind. If you care to read the report, it's got full 2 pages of suggestions on how to move forward on this. This committee that's raising the funds now, it's kind of taken over all the other committees that were involved in getting to this stage. There's over $600,000 committed from people for a project without being able to sell them anything yet. I would like to know, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about this, but I was under the impression that the Benson Center fundraising had something to sell almost from the beginning. And I would like to know where they would have been at this point without their little model to run around and show, to sell rooms and other such things. So now, very shortly, hopefully by the end of summer, we'll have, you know what, we can sell you this theater space, put your name on it. We can sell you this dressing room, and this room, and this room, and maybe the building name. And if we're up to $620,000 at this point, I think $1 million is not a ceiling. I think it's the floor. So to pull out now would be, I don't want to use any terrible words here, but short-sighted would be a fair one. I think anybody that's read any reports on the effect arts and culture has on a community as far as dollars spent and dollars returned, it would be foolish to stop this project now. And it would be a major disappointment in a very young political career. Thank you.
It's the heart thing. It's the little heart sign. Anybody else? On the first round, Councillor DePel, did you want to add anything? Okay. Councillor Gardner.
I just want to clarify. I was on the council when we got the Aquatic Center. It was a dream when we started. The curling club jumped on board and partnered with us. We got that done. That was a dream. That came to fruition. On council and the Benson Center, it was a dream and ended up being a reality. I ran in this election suggesting to everybody and making very clear that I was for this project. And I remain committed to making sure this gets done. The question I asked before is a question because I want to know, what could happen if things don't work.
They're going to work.
Yeah, well, absolutely it's
They're going to work, so.
Absolutely, there's no question.
But you can ask the CFO for the answer to that question.
Yeah, no, but the dreams that were there became realities and it's gonna happen again. It's simple.
So in terms of process, Madam CEO, we did pass a motion approving that we apply for the grant application.
We did.
And so that, in terms of process, was a motion of council to say, if we get this money, we're going to put in our share, right? Okay. So, I mean, there is something already formal on the books in terms of process, so. Okay. So, the Benson Center, I remember, just to Councillor Bennett's points, and all of you have been, absolutely, all of you are strong. The opposition is also strong as well. It's not to take away from that. But the Benson Center, there was a maquette, j'ai le mot en français, what's the?
Model?
Model, like a gorgeous sort of model that we used to fundraise. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And we don't have that for the.
No.
No.
I would suggest that at some point during the design, it might be an appropriate step to then obtain a model.
Right.
But for now, we've got just some concepts that really require further refinement.
Mhm.
And a component, I mean, the beginning, first step of our consultants who are successful at getting the awarded the RFP, will be to refine that preliminary design and do another round of public consultation to try and refine that to meet the community's needs as best as possible.
Right. But to Councillor Bennett's point, I mean, we raised 620,000 in the community with concepts, which are not super inspiring. I've seen them. And every day you open the Standard Freeholder or the Seaway News and you see a picture of yet another group donating money to the project. So cities and communities, we build things. That's what we do. And we get help from the province and we get help from the feds, but it's really the cities and the communities that build things. And I sat here with Councillor Grant for the building of the Benson Centre, and we hassled over and tussled over operational costs. But we had faith and confidence that we would move forward. Same with the wastewater treatment plant, $58 million, and we hassled and haggled over operational costs. And we built that. We built that. So the Arts Centre, it's going to get built. No worries. Next item.
Renovations of various municipal buildings. These projects were identified through the building dimensional assessments that were done a couple of years ago. So Optimus Park, we're looking at changing the windows, putting windows in that actually open, with fresh air. And the lunchroom heating system can't supply enough heat for the building, so some of us have heaters in our offices. Excuse me. The police substation. The police substation hasn't been painted in a number of years, so it's time to spruce that place up, surely. And then last is the fan shell flagpole supports. We want to do an assessment on them and make sure the welds are still strong, so they're not going to fall. So the patrons underneath them.
Questions?
Hey, Cornwall sign.
Comment?
That's a
Councillor
conflict.
Towndale?
Just saying, Madam Mayor, there's a Cornwall sign, look at that.
Yes. That's not what I meant by Instagrammable. Although it's fine, not to be critical. The service club is going to be after me tomorrow if I don't say anything positive.
You and I aren't tall enough for that sign.
I'm glad you're here, the sub-police station. I know somebody works down there and their mother went to visit and they said, this place used to be painted.
Yeah, it's not in good shape. Any other comments? So does that bring us to the end of capital presentations, Madam CEO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's the end. There are one or two items that I think we wanted to bring to council's attention, just that have transpired over the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
I'm going to let Tracy Bailey speak to those.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fothrop and Mr. Dixon. Appreciate it.
First, I'm sorry, I was trying to get your attention through that conversation with the Arts Centre.
Go ahead.
Yes, I apologize. I quickly, in adding on my calculator, there's $570,000 donated or pledged, not 620. I just wanted to let everyone
Okay.
know. Still a very, very good number, but just so that you know.
Glad you didn't break the passion, you know?
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't have, but I just wanted to correct in case it's in the
Buzzkill.
paper. It's $570,000 that's been pledged. We have received some information regarding some funding that we received from the Ministry of Community Safety and Correctional Services for court security. So we received these funds for the costs incurred through police services, revenue for court security and transportation. And so that is a service that has been uploaded over the last number of years. 2018 was supposed to be the last year where it was uploaded 100%. It's never really been uploaded 100%. What we've seen in 2019 and 2020 now is that our costs continue to go up, but their funding has now started to go down. So we were short in 2019. And instead of getting just over $1 million, we got 960. And so we budgeted 960 this year, or sorry, 970. And we received a notice that we're going to receive $829,703. So we need to decrease the revenue in police services by $140,000. There
Any
is-
comment concerning that? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Currently, we're pursuing that through our local rep to
Our MPP?
understand what the justification is, et cetera, so hopefully we can have better answers by get as much as we should, so perhaps within the next week we can have that information.
Thank you. Councillor Grant is the Chair of the Police Services Board, so thank you for that. Next item.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and this may be one that the CAO will speak to more so. We have $70,000 in the budget right now for the Historical Society. The Historical Society has met with the city. We don't have an agreement in place right now, but we're looking at an agreement. Over the last several years, a budget of $70,000 hasn't been enough to support the museum, the building that the city owns. And so we had a budget in 2016-17 of $100,000, which seemed to be more in line with the cost to maintain that facility and the services it provides. So maybe adding $30,000 in order to ensure that we take care of the museum. But if Ms. Adams would like to speak further on that.
Yes, Madam CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So some of our staff met with members of the Historical Society last week, 2 weeks ago. And the agreement is up for renewal. And part of what we were thinking about in administration was, rather than fund the Woodhouse Museum, maybe look to get into a fee-for-service arrangement where the museum is a city facility and we would pay the Historical Society a fee to be able to open it up, provide the education and sessions, and as well as the access of certain information that people would be looking for with respect to records and artifacts that they would have. So it's kind of close to budget to be able to come forward with a recommendation for an agreement. We also, I think, both parties feel that there is good partnerships with tourism having a location there as well. And so I think that looking back, although Mrs. Bailey indicated for a couple of years the budget was $100,000, we could go back a few more years, the budget was actually, I think, got as high as $123,000. So the reality is, with $70,000 in a budget for that organization, it is not going to, I think, financially, it's just not feasible to be able to expect them to be able to maintain that operation and I think provide what we think would be a good level of service for that facility. So I think that we would be supportive of having the budget increase to $100,000. And then what we would do is we'd look for opportunities where we can work with them with sharing of summer students potentially, whether there's some other areas we can find in savings. I think that as far as maintenance of the facility, probably should be, come back into the city overall to maintain. That was an issue that seemed to kind of get a little bit complicated for a little while. So we wanted to go back and review our discussions. We want to take a look at getting an agreement drafted up, come back to council with some ideas. But in the interim, since we're through budget discussions right now, I think we feel that budget for that group is just not, or the amount that we've funded in the past is just not sufficient for the Historical Society.
So for the purpose of background information, some of you will recall that there were some governance issues that were of concern to the former council. And so the reason why the budget went from 100,000 to 70,000 was in response to that. And somehow, that didn't make its way back up to 100,000, even though the museum has, I would say, from what I've observed, diligently dealing with governance issues and getting things back on track. So they have approached the city, they've met with city staff to try and move that forward, and here's where we are. So I'll take comments or questions. Councillor Towndale, and then Councillor McIntosh, McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, to build on your point on what you touched on, it was more than that from what I recall, because part of the reason was when we were looking at community partners that particular year, they had 30,000 in the bank. So that was the reason why we reduced it by that specific amount, because they had 30,000 in the bank they weren't spending. So we felt that, or at least I believe that's what part of the discussion was. I can't speak for everyone on council at the time, but part of my takeaway from that was, yes, there were some governance issues, absolutely, and we were aware of those, but also the fact that they were banking money and then coming here and asking for more without a plan to spend that, or what they were, there was no plan for that money. They didn't specifically state it was reserve, or if there was a project upcoming, or whatever it was. So we felt that reducing it by that amount was fair at the time. So I think, you know, I'd be willing to look at it, but, you know, we need to see something.
Yeah, it sounds like Madam CEO is going to have, give us a full report on that, her discussions or their discussions with the museum. Councillor McIntosh and then Councillor McDonald.
We own the building,
It's our building.
our
yes.
building. They operate it for us.
Correct.
I remember what Justin's talking about. I thought their lawyer pointed out that that was Historical Society fund money in their own bank account, and it wasn't, I mean, there were two separate accounts.
So the Historical Society, has an employee that operates the museum. So the Historical Society would have, you know, potentially a bank account. So the Historical Society would be doing, they might be doing certain research projects. They might, we've worked with the Historical Society for certain, like the, I think the stones, like the stones from the old post office. There's certain projects like that that there are artifacts that they will acquire when they become available. So they would have some need to have some type of bank account or reserve or savings for things like that. The Woodhouse Museum, to your comments, fully owned by the city, and they have an employee that operates the museum, available for tours, for access to the public, education.
One of the bones of contention was that they found money to give the curator a parting gift of about $24,000. I remember that came up. Like, you know. Also, they were down one salary too. The curator making $75,000 a year, and the assistant curator is making $42,000. So when he left, he was never replaced. So the assistant curator around $45,000, if I understand it. So they were saving money there. I think that became an issue, a bit of an issue too. So, you know, I've served on that committee, and they do some good work. They got some good people now running the place. Before it was a zoo, but
Through you, Madam Mayor, the other concern that we would have if we were operating that facility is that we don't believe that there should be, on an ongoing basis, only one individual in that facility alone at a time, right? From a health and safety perspective, you know, something could happen to the individual. So we're looking at opportunities where we can, you know, potentially work together via, you know, some of our students. I think from a tourism perspective, they could be, some of our students could be potentially trained, or we could use a student for a dual purpose between the Woodhouse Museum and also tourism. So those are initiatives that I think, now that we've been there for a couple of summers, I think we know that we have a relationship that I think will work. And I think that perhaps, I'm not sure if Mr. Boileau would like to add any comments, but I think there's opportunities there. I think that we've also recognized that, you know, signage, lighting, there's other things that would, I think, make that a better the visibility would be better, more attractive, so.
There's definitely a better relationship between the operation there and administration. Before
Yes.
it was sort of like toxic, knocking heads all the time.
Governance issues.
So anyway, I think it's much better operation, much better.
Mr.
Morris will
Bullock?
find that out. He joins the board.
Did you want to add anything, Mr. Boileau?
No, I think Ms. Adams has really described our meeting very well. I think we're working together to make it a better place. I think as she points out as well, staffing is a concern in terms of security. But I think, and they're looking to improve the building, and that is the SDNG Historical Society. It's sadly not municipal money, so they're looking to improve the building. I think we talked a bit about making it a more attractive building as well. One of the concerns I've always had is, A, you're not sure what the building is, B, you're not sure whether it's open. So that needs to be improved, and I think it can be.
Okay. Councillor McDonald?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wholeheartedly support us supporting the museum to a much greater extent than we have been. I think that when we look at all we're spending to keep our current facilities in shape, you know, with the constant renovation and upkeep, we have not done the same for the museum, and we should. It's a potential gem there on the waterfront, a gem in the making. It's not there yet, I don't think, because it's been kind of neglected in a sense. Now, with fear and trembling, I asked this question. I didn't see the locomotive anywhere in the, okay, sorry, yeah, but I didn't see it listed anywhere in the book. So whatever money we were ever going to designate to that, like, let's put it on the museum.
Not up for budget discussions this year.
It's not in the book, eh?
No.
At
Madam
least
CFO?
I'm hoping it's not. I didn't see it.
It's not in the book.
Good.
No. So, Madam CFO, additional items?
There are no additional items. Definitely the 140 needs to be changed in the police services budget.
Yeah.
But the change to the 30,000, I think, should be a motion to change that line item in our budget. And we don't have any other items.
Councillor McDonald?
I would
You
like
want to make that motion?
motion.
Councillor Gardner, second?
Increase our support.
Thank you. Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Bergeron?
So we're adding $30,000 under community partners. Is that correct? For the Historical Society under community partners?
Correct.
So we're in the part of the budget where we're talking about community partners? Or this is just things
This
that we're
is
adding
one-
into in general?
Yes, in general.
Is there a document and/or support for what we just discussed for that extra $30,000, or that was the summary of?
That was a summary. We did go over a report at that meeting with the group from the museum.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? Against? Carried. That's it for items from Madam CFO?
Yes,
Madam
that's
CIO?
it.
Thank you. Okay. So we have finished with the capital presentations, and I think you may have questions. I'll entertain more questions on the budget or more discussion at this time. I know Councillor Bergeron has made some comments around maybe asking some questions concerning operation costs, and also comments about taking money either from understanding when we take money from reserves, when we take money from the gas tax. So you've indicated that that's something that you would want to discuss, right?
Well, yes, I'm under the assumption we will be going through the operating budget after this. Right now, I'm on capital. I have 14 motions related to our capital conversations that just happened.
Mm-hmm.
Does that happen all at the end?
So the budget presentation is complete, Madam CAO? Do you want to?
Oh.
Yes. Do you want to explain that where administration is on that?
So that was the intended presentations for yesterday and today. We have tomorrow set up as well for council deliberations, as we would describe it.
Mhm.
So that would allow for certainly further questions, motions of council, direction from council as to how to proceed to next steps.
So there was no plan to do anything further in terms of presentation from administration? Just to respond to your comment, Councillor Bertrand.
Okay, then I asked yesterday if I needed a motion for this, but I guess I'll make it now. I'd like a motion that we go through the operating budget as a presentation. Each item, I have questions on each of them, so I can go through the questions one by one, but
So you want to make a motion that we proceed through a
Right.
line-by-line operation?
yes, I thought that's what I had asked yesterday, and it was that I didn't need a motion. That would be after capital.
Madam CEO?
That would,
If you want to, if you want to make that motion.
Does it require a motion?
If you have questions related to the operational budget, then I'm certainly going to allow those questions. But if you want any kind of further official presentation from administration, yes, you will have to make a motion, because this is the end of the administrative presentation. So anything additional would have to be requested by council by motion. But if you have questions based on the operational budget, which you have in front of you, then of course, administration should be prepared to answer questions.
So I suppose my first question would be, I had requested services and rents as a document sent to all
Right.
councillors. Does it require a motion for us to discuss that? Does that need to be added to our budget for questioning?
If you have questions concerning the operational
Yep.
lines, then you can ask them.
Okay, so that does answer my question.
Right.
I don't.
If you
think
want a
I'll-
formal presentation from administration, then you make a motion.
I will make that motion,
So what is your motion?
that the operating budget be presented to us, department by, I suppose the CFO, most of it is, financial.
So line by line is what you're, just so we have an understanding of what you're looking.
Department by department, as presented in our document,
Okay. Which document, so the
budget.
tab?
The
Which tab are you?
operating, the operating tab.
Operating budgets tab?
Yes. First presentation would be council, second CAO, then clerk services.
so through you, Madam Mayor,
Yes, go
just
ahead.
to clarify, if council would like to proceed in that direction, it would not be Tracy Bailey that would go through that. We would have the managers and division managers sit down in front of council for each of their respective budgets, because they would be, really, they should be responding to any questions about what's in the budget.
The first one.
Okay,
So are you making that motion?
I would make that motion that,
no.
I suppose we do that tomorrow, and that department heads have an.
Point of clarification, yes, Councillor DePel?
When I look at the operating budget, if we have questions regarding any of these, because the presentation to me is just going to have the division manager and the manager read the same thing that's before us, so should we not be just asking the questions rather than go through formal presentations? I just think we're taking up more time, more resources, because it's all here, so if we have questions, I agree, let's ask the questions.
So there is a councillor making a motion. I'm gonna see if there's a seconder, but that would certainly, you could certainly debate whether you want that motion to proceed or not. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. So your motion is?
That we go through the operating budget by department tomorrow.
As presented by division managers, as suggested by the CAO?
Yep.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Towndale? Okay, we debate. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think it's necessary. I think if we have questions, we have deliberations tomorrow, and part of deliberations are questions about the operating budget. To me, to bring every manager in to go through the operating budget, but it's pretty self-explanatory. The capital projects are different, so we had good questions around that. I think the operating budget, I have a few questions, and I thought that the date was going to be for that. So I won't support that because I think it's a waste of time myself. I think it's important that we review the operating budget, and if we have any questions, then we'll.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm kind of the same mind. If we're gonna do this tomorrow, am I to assume correctly that all the division managers will be here for the question?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would make sure that we had all of staff come back for these presentations.
Then I'm good with that, then. Yeah, I don't think I really wanna hear them go over, just read this to me, but if they're here for the questions, because I've got probably 18, 20 questions myself, so I would like to ask them.
Okay. Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, no, I think part of it too, you know, it's, we can ask the questions that we might have, but realistically, it might be the division managers that have the best answer, and if they're not present, you know, then the answer's gonna have to come back to us.
They'll be here tomorrow.
No, I know, but I'm getting to the point, right? Like, you know, it's, I have no problem with them going through it at a high level and then having questions answered. I think it's only fair. You know, in the past, last term we may have done that. I don't recall now. It's been a little while, I guess. But
Not last term, no.
Not last term. Okay, fair enough. But I mean, you know, have a not to put you down, but a first-term counselor who wants to make this request, and I think he has every right to do so because he's trying to learn how the city runs. So you know, we didn't get to do this last year, and now there's an opportunity this year. I support my colleague in wanting to do this. Thank you.
Councillor Hébert and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Did I raise my hand? Okay, I'll talk to this. Sure.
Yes, you did.
So I'm going to vote against this. I think we've had the budget book for a couple of weeks. It's our duty to read through this beforehand. I'm glad I see colleagues with questions. Those are certainly able to be asked at any point throughout this process, but I think adding presentations on all of these departments will put pressure on our departments to start with, because I'm sure some of them will have to run to the office this evening and try to put something together. I'm sure we're going to want a PowerPoint of some sort when we should have all gone through this already. And I do believe we had this at some point last term. Do not recall budgets that lasted till June. Where you know we had full presentations from our community partners, from most of our departments, and it was quite lengthy. And I think we have the ability to have those questions asked without having to go through every single page in this book. So I strongly opposed to wasting our staff resources' time. I know that their workload is already far too heavy.
Councillor Hollingsworth and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to support the motion for a couple of reasons. That certainly I think it's reasonable to get the budget done in a timely fashion, but I also think it's important for us to make sure we know as much as we can. I've read the budget, fair enough. Certainly hope that I expect all of us have. But the truth is, sometimes during the course of a presentation or during the course of discussion, things that you've read kind of sort of double clutch or catch yourself thinking, oh, I read it, but I didn't realize. Tonight, for example, I read the budget about the Arts Center, but only during the course of discussion do I realize what it is we're actually approving. Because quite frankly, it wasn't crystal clear to me, and sometimes I don't even know what question I want to ask because I don't know what I don't know. And only during the course of having it being presented do I say, oh wow, okay, now I understand. Well, now I know what I want to ask, because when I read it I thought one thing, when it was presented I realized it's something else for whatever reason. So while yes, I'm sure council would like to get the budget done and get it over with and move on, I get it. Certainly don't want it dragging out till June, but I think that certainly asking men to do presentations, we've had budget meetings in the past where that's how it was done. I'm not sure if we made better budgets or not, but this is not something new. So I'm going to support the motion, Your Worship. As much as it may seem timely and perhaps even a bit grueling somewhat, I don't think it's a bad thing. Whatever the majority want to do, I'll live with, but I can support the motion as it's presented. So I'll vote in favor.
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I don't support the motion. I don't think it's necessary. I think if people have questions, they can ask them. But I would ask for one presentation, if I may, through you, of the CFO. The discussion of funding sources comes up sometimes. Will this money come from gas tax? Will it come from the taxpayer? Will it come from reserves? And I just wonder if the CFO would, maybe just in 3 to 5 minutes, just give us the relative merits of pulling money, say, from reserves as opposed to the tax base, and then maybe clarify what the relationship is between reserves and tax base. Where do reserves come from after all, and are they really
I think
just
Councillor McDonald,
last year's tax, you know?
I think that
So-
can easily be accommodated. And
Okay.
I think that Madam CFO was planning on having some discussion around that, so.
Oh, that would be great, and then questions.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor McIntosh?
Don't think I need a presentation from general and managers, but I certainly, if I have a question about landfill site, I'd like to see Carl Goodwin or somebody here to answer the question, not to say, well, we'll call him and he'll come in. So I think we need them here. I don't think we need them to make a presentation. I've got questions too, and simple, ask him the question, he gives you the answer. I don't know, the motion doesn't ask for a presentation, does it?
Yes.
It does, I wouldn't be in favor of presentations, but I would want the managers here.
Madam CFO?
I think, Madam Mayor, if I interpret Councillor Bergeron's request, staff are not going to go back to departments this evening and put together presentations. They would, per Councillor Dupel's comments, they will take council to the page in the book for their operating and just talk about those components within their operating budget and be available to answer questions. And we would do that department by department, hopefully in order of the book, depending on schedule and time available for staff.
They're gonna be here anyway.
We will try, we always try to have good representation, hopefully of staff, to be able to answer council's questions.
Expect to empty the municipal works building.
Any further debate? Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, I spent, from the time I received this, and the questions I've asked, and the presentations that were made, I was very comfortable from day one with what administration came to the table with. I would have been prepared to vote on it the first day, but information that the newer councillors needed and wanted, they had a chance to ask for it. I'm not going to support this. I think the budget was well done. Budgets were done the way I did them when I was with MCA and Capital Records, and I'm quite comfortable with what's in there now, so I'm not going to support it. We had chances to ask the questions when they were here.
Councillor Dupel, I think you were the last one to, if you made your comments already?
Yes, I just want a point of clarification whether or
Sorry.
not we're gonna have them walk us through all this line by line.
Okay. So I'll let Councillor Bergeron wrap up.
Thank you. So, a few points. First of all, this keeps coming up. I have read the budget. It keeps being implied when I ask a question about process that I haven't read something, and I take a little bit, take that a little bit personally. I have read it, and I have 90 questions about the operating budget. And to your point, Councillor Gardner, those are public questions. Those are questions that happen here at budget time. There's operating of this city is a huge operation, and these presentations that were given, I purposely wasn't asking operating questions. These were capital requests, and I kept asking very specifically. You know, we got into advertising at the marina, and I didn't jump into that because that's not a capital conversation. That's an operating conversation. So to me, this is if you already have all the information you want to make it great. I don't, and I'm not asking people to come and sit down and make a PowerPoint slide. Each of these options, and one of them is council. I mean, I have some questions about our own budget. So no one's gonna present that to us, but I'm gonna ask some tough questions about our own budget. And to me, I asked it yesterday, I would have made the motion yesterday. I thought my request was pretty clear yesterday, that we would go through this after capital. I have 14 motions from capital that will change depending on how we vote on operating capital, operating budget. So I can't make those decisions without this other. We're running a city here, and we're governors. And I appreciate that everyone has read the budget. I have also read the budget, which has led me to the questions that I have. I can ask all 90 questions through the process we have. I have them all written down, and I'll ask them one by one if this motion is defeated. But it makes way more sense for me to have Mr. Fawthorpe here for some Parks and Rec questions. He's the best suited to answer them. These are not questions I would have sent by email before. These are public conversations that need to happen. That's why I'm making this motion. This, to me, is critical, more critical than our capital conversations and presentations. And I wouldn't support a budget that doesn't allow this.
And just for clarification, one of the
Councillor
comments
Gardner?
that Councillor Bergeron made, I at no time would suggest that you hadn't read this budget, at no time. Okay? We all do our thing our own way, and we have our own opinions. So, that's my opinion. I don't know what you did, I'm not gonna ask you what you did, and I'm sure you did read the whole thing. And I went through it day by day, a little bit at a time, until I was satisfied. After I asked the questions, if people came and from administration, explained to me what I wanted to know, explained to you guys, you ladies, what they wanted to know, I'm happy and comfortable with where I am.
So your point is well taken. I understand that you would take that personally. You've indicated that to me before. So I'm glad that you've responded, Councillor Gardner. No one is accusing anyone of not having read the documents. And no one also is accusing anyone of, just because they don't have 90 questions, that they're not also very interested in the governance of this budget and of this city. So it goes both ways, right? My question is, when was the last time we did a line-by-line exercise? I'm just asking, Madam CAO or CFO?
At least 03 said I did one then.
It has to be close to 8 years.
8 or 9 years. So the
Line by line.
right. So the budget process that took us to June one year, that was not a line-by-line exercise?
I don't believe it was. It
No.
was because of the circumstances the city has found itself in.
Right. So why is that a trend to move away from line-by-line budgets, by the way?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we don't see line-by-line review of budgets through other municipalities. Maybe in very small municipalities they would do that. What I understand, though, it's not a line-by-line review. It's a departmental review, which is something different. It's a higher level. But going back to line-by-line would mean a budget book larger than what I bring in front of council for all of council to have, right? Because we build it up from activity to area, to division, to department, and that's how we build our budget up, if you're looking at line by line. It's thousands of pages.
So, Councillor Grant?
Just, thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So tomorrow, the presentation would look like where we are right now with the $140,000 that reduction in the provincial, and there was yet one other change. So we'll have it at the current, what the current percentage is, right, before we get into the questions on the operation.
Right.
All right, and then we can then deliberate the operation and
Correct.
Good.
Madam CAO, did you want to add anything to that?
So through you, Madam Mayor, this is usually the slide, once we've kind of gone through most things, that gets put up. Shows the 2019 levy, shows what the 2020 levy increase was looking at with the book that council has. So the 2020 increase is 1,093,000. And then the two items that we've discussed tonight for court security funding and the Historical Society is this a revised levy. And then that shows sort of overall how that affects the average residential property, and also the changes amongst classes as well. We'd like to make sure that council understands what's occurring through our classes versus like residential, multi-res, commercial, and industrial. And so we will do that, and then every time there's a motion or if there's an identified change, we just start to tally them. So I think that's what you were looking for,
that's
Councillor
right.
Grant?
Yeah, as we move along.
Yeah.
There's a motion by a councillor.
Right.
that changes the direction, then we'll
Yeah.
see that change.
And so we do that, that's live throughout the process.
Good. Okay, thanks.
Councillor DePel?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, Madam CEO answered my question. Thank you.
That's fair. Any other questions as a result of the screen? So I was asking the questions about the line by line, just so that I could explain why I'm not going to support the motion. I don't think municipalities our size are doing line by line budgets as much as they used to be. This keeps us at a high level. It keeps us focused on capital and infrastructure, which from a governance perspective is our main focus. However, the operating budget is here, and you all know that I will not ever prevent you from asking questions. You have never been prevented from asking questions while I chair these meetings. So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to certainly allow questions of an operational nature, of any nature related to this budget, and we will get through that tomorrow. So I'm not supporting this process, and I've explained why, but I certainly support the full transparency that we have always shown in terms of our budget numbers, and look forward to the conversation tomorrow. So I'm going to ask to call the vote. Councillor Mack, do you need?
We're not going line by line. The motion that
The motion is to have a line-by-line presentation by division to have a presentation of the operating budget from division managers tomorrow, and then have questions. That's the motion.
Can I speak to that? It does not reference line by line.
So the motion is
Department.
to have departments go through I just said to Councillor McIntosh, it's going through the operational budgets, presentations made by division managers.
My point.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, if this motion is defeated, will we still have managers here so we can ask them questions?
So Madam CAO has indicated that all the managers will be here.
If a councillor has 99 questions, they can still direct it to the department head without him going through them.
I have never,
I know.
never prevented any councillor from asking a question, and I
realize
will
that.
not.
In fact, well, you shouldn't. So, anyway,
So I'm just answering that question directly to you.
my big concern is, as long as they're here, ask them the question. Okay, fine.
Madam CAO, they will be here.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. So staff are aware that 2 full days were planned with the material that you've received. And they're also aware that tomorrow is a day of council deliberations, which would likely require motions, potentially questions. So we're anticipating to have key division managers, general managers, senior managers here. I can't guarantee everybody's availability, but if there's a question and we do not have someone here, there's also a pretty good chance, if it's operating financial in nature, between financial services, myself, and other staff that are here, we are likely able to answer the question, or we'll get the answer relatively quickly.
Okay, and as long as they're here.
Go ahead.
Yep, as long as they're here. Somebody can answer the questions.
Okay.
Recorded
Any,
vote, please.
did you want to,
Recorded vote.
yeah, did you want to further speak to it? No. Recorded vote.
Can we have the motion just read out, please?
Madam Deputy Clerk?
Motion reads that the operations budgets be presented department by department. Are we ready for the vote?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mayor Clement,
Against?
Councillor Claude McIntosh, Councillor Elaine McDonald,
Against?
Counselor Sid Gardner,
No.
Counselor Dean Hollingsworth,
In favor.
Counselor Carrie Lynn Hebert,
Hard no.
Counselor Morris DePel,
Opposed.
Counselor Glenn Grant, Counselor Todd Bennett,
Opposed?
Counselor Justin Towndale,
In favor?
Counselor Eric Bergeron.
In favor.
Motion is defeated.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. So, Madam CAO, we discussed at the break that we might want to start at 3 o'clock tomorrow, so as to allow Councillor Hollingsworth to be here.
spectacular, Your Worship.
Yes, is everybody okay with that? I want to see consensus
Definitely.
around the table.
Yeah.
Because you've arrived sort of at 10:02 or 5:03, so if we start at 3, then
The other side of it is the budget could be done by the time I get
we don't want that. We don't
there.
want
Power
that.
through his 90 questions, boom, done. Go up, get my soda pop and go.
So we'll start at 3 tomorrow, and as many managers as possible will be here to answer questions. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Gardner, Councillor DePel, all in favor? Carried.
What a huge day
That's
tomorrow
it.
before 3.
Well, I won't be starting
Sid, do you know how many times you said if this project doesn't go through? 5 times. Once was enough. Well, you can make an idea, get wheels and feet.